Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and may I have your attention, please? Okay, so we're going to start 9:40 a.m. So we have 15 minutes left. So I'd like to ask you take your seats before we begin. We're going to start 9:40 a.m. Thank you for your cooperation. 네네. 네네네. 각 테이블에 대고. 기관이요? 네, 네네. 그럼 여기도 기관 주는 거죠? 네네네. 알겠습니다. 네. Good morning, everyone. May I have your attention, please, again? Okay, we're going to start in 5 minutes. We're going to start our event in 5 minutes. So 9:40 will start from the welcoming speech. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. I think you can bring your coffee before we begin, if you want. We have plenty of 5 minutes before start. Suddenly got quiet. Okay, thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the second Seoul learning event for the HDP Nexus. It is a great honor and pleasure to be your MC for today's meaningful event. My name is Claire Kim and I'm working as a global communicator. Today's gathering will highlight the achievements of KOICA's HDP Nexus program, share collaboration cases with international organizations and Korean NGOs, present success stories from KOICA's humanitarian partnership program, and showcase innovative products from our corporate partners. All right, let's begin. We are honored to invite Ms. Mi-soon, the Vice President of KOICA, to deliver her welcoming remarks. Please welcome her with a thunder round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mi-soon. I'm a Vice President of KOICA for Global Solidarity and Partnership. First of all, I would like to thank you, Pia Philip, Michelle, Honorable Undersecretary in the Ministry of Peacebuilding, the Republic of South Sudan, Jung Kyung-hwa, Director of International Development Cooperation, Agenda Division, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Republic of Korea, distinguished guests, esteemed partners, and colleagues. On behalf of the Korea International Cooperation Agency, I am deeply honored to welcome all of you to the second Seoul Learning event for the HDP Nexus. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our 8 multilateral partners, as well as to our dedicated NGO partners, innovative companies, and all those who have joined hands with us. Your presence today is a meaningful sign of our shared community to peace, resilience, and sustainable development. Since 2024, KOICA has launched 8 flagship programs for the fragile and conflict-affected countries. Through this, we have moved beyond short-term and standalone projects toward long-term integrated and programmatic approaches. This was not merely an internal adjustment. It was a strategic transformation to better respond to the complex and interconnected crises of our time. Together with our multilateral partners, these 8 programs are already producing tangible results, preventing conflict, strengthening disaster preparedness, and helping communities rebuild trust and social cohesion. In addition, through the humanitarian partnership programs and creative technology solution programs, Korean NGOs and innovative enterprises are co-creating field-based creative solutions with our partners in the international community. Today's learning event is not simply a venue to report results. It is a space for mutual learning, reflection, and reimagination. The HDP Nexus isn't just a technical framework. It is a way of thinking and connects humanitarian development and peace efforts. It is also a call to move beyond institutional boundaries toward people-centered cooperation. I hope that the experiences and insights we share today will inspire more coherent, inclusive, and sustainable partnerships. This event also carries deep significance for strengthening Korea's development cooperation ecosystem. Korean innovative companies are showcasing technologies applicable in fragile countries. while our NGOs are sharing models of collaboration developed with international organizations. Through these exchanges, our collective expertise contributes to resilience in fragile settings and expands the reach and capacity of Korea's development cooperation ecosystem. Moving toward, COICA will deepen the pragmatic approach and strengthening linkages among governments, international organizations, and civil society, and the private sector to reinforce resilience in fragile and conflict-affected contexts. The Nexus isn't merely an instrument. It is a value for people. It is when a child displaced by conflict returns to school, when a family restores its livelihood, and when a community regains trust that our collective efforts truly find their meaning. In closing, I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation to everyone who has prepared this event and to all our partners here today. May today's discussions be insightful and inspiring, and may we continue to turn our shared principles into practice and our practice into meaningful change. Thank you once again for your dedication and partnership. Let us keep learning together, acting together, and building a more peaceful and resilient world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Son. Please give another one round of applause. Next, we'll hear congratulatory remarks from Ms. Kyung-hwa Jung, the Director at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please welcome her to the stage with thunderous applause.
Jung Mi-son, Vice President of COICA, Excellencies, representatives from international organizations and NGOs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure and honor to join you at this second Seoul Learning event for the Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus. I extend my congratulations to COICA for once again organizing this meaningful event. I am delighted to see the event return for its second year, bringing together partners dedicated to and committed to advancing humanitarian action, development, and peace through an integrated and strategic approach. This event provides an invaluable space for reflecting on our collective efforts, identifying what works, lessons learned, and exploring ways to enhance coordination. I'm especially pleased to see such diverse participation from government officials, international organizations, to Korean NGOs and companies. The international organizations are collaborating with COICA in conflict-affected and fragile settings through 8 different programs. And the Korean NGOs are engaged in humanitarian partnership programs. And the Korean companies showcasing innovative technologies relevant to crisis settings. Your engagement truly embodies the spirit of the HDP Nexus. I believe we can all agree that without peace, no development plan can take root, and without addressing development issues, peace can never truly endure. Ladies and gentlemen, the international community is facing one of the most turbulent times in recent history. Climate change, geopolitical tensions, and fragile macroeconomic conditions are placing immense pressure on all nations, particularly those affected by conflict and fragility. At the same time, global ODA is under increasing strain, and the development financing gap continues to widen, limiting our collective capacity to respond. These realities remind us of a simple but powerful truth. Traditional and fragmented forms of assistance can no longer address deeply interconnected challenges. In this environment, the HDP Nexus is not a choice, but a necessity, enabling us to use limited resources more strategically, avoid fragmented interventions, and address the structural drivers of fragility rather than merely its symptoms. Since launching the HDP Nexus implementation strategy in 2021, Korea has pursued sustainable approaches to improving conditions in crisis-affected regions, tripling the budget for conflict-affected and fragile countries supporting programs. Allow me to recall one example in northeast Nigeria, where a project launched in 2023 has been supporting approximately 500,000 people. There, most medical facilities were destroyed by conflict, and a woman in Dikwa nearly lost her life while giving birth. She survived only because she received emergency treatment at a health center supported by KOICA and ICRC. This experience left a profound impact on her. She was determined to help others, so she completed midwifery training through a scholarship provided by KOICA and the ICRC. Since 2023, she's been working as a midwife at the very same health center where her own life was saved. Her story is just one example of many, demonstrating how our collective efforts can bring profound change, reducing humanitarian needs while contributing to development and peace. Looking ahead, as Korea designs programs for conflict-affected and fragile countries, we'll continue to apply HDP Nexus principles from the earliest stages possible and strengthen the effectiveness of development cooperation in all its forms. Amid rising global needs and shrinking resources, the HDP Nexus provides a strategic and forward-looking framework for enhancing development cooperation and its impact. In this regard, today's learning event is more relevant than ever. Your discussions will not only improve the effectiveness of ongoing programs, but also help guide clearer and more actionable strategies for the future. Let me conclude by reaffirming Korea's strong commitment to serving as a responsible global partner. As a nation that has overcome the devastation of war and the challenge of scarce natural resources, Korea will continue to advance nexus-based approaches and contribute to the stability, resilience, and sustainability of the international community. And we genuinely value and count on your unwavering support to ensure the success of our joint endeavors. Once again, warm congratulations on the successful convening of the important learning event. I hope today's discussions will ensure that Nexus-based projects across different regions continue to achieve their intended goals and deliver even greater impact, helping to alleviate fragility over the longer term. I wish you all a productive and inspiring day of discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Jung, for your insightful speech. Such a great speech. Thank you for us. All right, we're going to have a short photo session. I'd like to invite all of the members at Table 2, VIP members, please come up to the stage, and each representative from your institution or organization, one person from each institution, please, from your table. Okay, so we're going to have a photo session briefly. Please come up to the stage. So everyone in table 2 and each representative from the institution. Okay, don't be shy. It's your time to shine. So no one is missing from your institution? Okay. 1, 2, 3. What about having pose like fighting or love? Okay. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Go. Okay, such a smart, cute love. Okay. Looks great. Stop. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. Please be seated for your stay. Okay, so for the rest of the remaining people, we have plenty of time until 5 p.m. whole day, so don't be too jealous, okay? All right, I'm very excited to invite our first session speakers on HDPN achievements and key features of the program. It will be delivered by Ms. Yoo-jin Jang, Regional Project Coordinator at WFP Regional Office for Eastern and South Africa, Ms. Jacqueline Sino-Era, Head of Food Systems and Resilience at WFP South Sudan, and Ms. Andrea Fausto, Head of Climate Smart Food Systems, WFP Somalia. Please welcome them to the stage with a big round of applause.
Hello. Hello, everyone. We're from World Food Program, WP. We have the honor of kickstarting today's program. Before we get started, I would like to thank Dr. Jung Mi-son, the Vice President of KOICA, and Ms. Kyunghwa Chung, the Director of International Development Agenda Division from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and lastly, the KOICA's Conflict Fragility Program team, for your continued support for this program and also for your generous contribution despite many challenging contexts. Thank you very much. Now to introduce our project. Our project is called Building Climate Resilience for Food Security in the Fragile Settings of the Horn of Africa. Next slide, please. So along with many challenges, climate change is one of the key drivers of food insecurity, as you can see from the table. So to address this problem, Korea and WFP have teamed up together to develop this project, which aims to strengthen food security and climate resilience in fragile context. This project will benefit about 500,000 people directly and indirectly in Kenya, Somalia, and South Sudan. How do we aim to do so? Through integrated resilience programming. So we have key 3 pillars. First one is anticipatory action. This is providing anticipatory cash support and early warning messages, so people have both the means and knowledge to better prepare themselves against coming shocks, such as floods and droughts. And the second one is climate risk insurance. So when floods and droughts happen, people receive insurance payouts so they can better mitigate the impact. And lastly is where humanitarian development nexus really comes in, and WP aims to build long-term resilience of the people through nature-based solutions, climate-smart agriculture, post-harvest management, and linkage to the markets. So through layering and sequencing these different integrated resilience activities, WP aims to build long-term climate resilience of the people and ultimately reduce their humanitarian needs. One of the important things to note is that this is one of the first regional multi-country integrated resilience program for WP in the region. So we're very grateful to KOICA for enabling this, and worth noting that many others have followed suit, so we have a number of other projects starting now. So this is the result framework for our project under key 3 pillars: early warning, anticipatory action, climate risk insurance, and smallholder farmer support. So going into country-specific example for Kenya, Kenya is where the integration approach really took off through an approach called Climate Resilient Food Systems Hubs. In Kenya, WP works very closely with county governments. So WP and county government have identified geographic areas based on vulnerability and needs, and have also asked partners to really layer and focus their climate resilient interventions in those areas to optimize limited resources we have and then maximize results. So through this approach, WP in Kenya have been able to already reach 58,000 people, 67% of them women, 37% youth, 1% people with disabilities. One of the key highlights in 2025 is that WP, for the first time in the country, have activated anticipatory action in one of the counties against the coming droughts for the October, November, December season. There will be a couple reports and assessments coming out of that, and we'll be very happy to share it. Now over to my colleague for South Sudan.
Good morning. Greetings from South Sudan. So for South Sudan, it's one of those areas where the situation remains very complex, challenging in terms of the political environment, which remains quite unstable and very difficult to predict. On top of that, food security situation also remains quite challenging, mainly the malnutrition rates, which are affecting almost 2.3 million children under the age of 5. This complexity is what we have managed to work on thanks to the COICA support in 2 regions of South Sudan, mainly the Kweta and also Budi counties, which we are seeing in this little circle. It's really a challenge in South Sudan because things can never be determined how they are going to be tomorrow. But we are grateful that where we are working, we are seeing lots of changes. In these counties, people had not farmed for almost 4 years. But thanks to this program, in 2024, they started to plant for the first time, and people have actually started to have their first harvest in 2025. I have a story from one woman who's called Lokai Jonezio. She is very happy because for the first time she has control over the food security for her own people, for her own family. She has managed to have, of course it looks small, 7 bags of sorghum, which will cover 5 months for her family, thanks to COICA support. So in South Sudan, we have managed to work in 2 pillars in 2025. The first one is capacity strengthening, which we have done to the government of South Sudan. It's also a first. The Met Services has mainly been predicting only climate services related mainly to aviation, but thanks to COICA support, this time around, they can now develop drought forecasting, mainly looking at threshold and triggers for development services. This has not only been a first, but it will allow the government to even be able to move and have maybe AI solutions in the coming years, because they are working with one of the regional strong organizations, which is called ICPAC, which is part of IGAD. Besides that, for the first time, communities in the deep rural areas are now able to even plan better because they are receiving early warning information, which is also a first. They have been given radios and they are able to listen as a community. One changer there has been women who never used to receive any information when it comes to climate, all of a sudden can also sit around, listen, and also make rational decisions. So in terms of gender sensitivity, we have been grateful to what the Quaker support has provided. Another plus has been community participatory planning during the asset creation and livelihoods development. One thing with the two areas where we are working is that it's a mixed bag where we have many people who are internally displaced living together. Unfortunately, because of their tribal tensions, it has not been very easy for them to work together. But thanks again to Quaker support, these communities have been able to work together, discuss their development together, and actually have solutions together. So some of the assets that WFP is creating are helping communities to sort of change their perspective. With more assets in the community, it also means less tension in terms of sharing assets. Another aspect has been with smallholder agriculture market support, where communities are trained to farm in a more systematic manner. I understand most of them were used to broadcasting. Now they are learning new agricultural practices. And also, in most contexts, you find that post-harvest management issues are dire. But this time around, farmers have been trained and they will lose less in terms of what they have harvested, thanks to Quaker support. Lastly, I would just want to speak around the HPD. Here, as I've already mentioned, you see that communities are more cohesive thanks to the dialogue that has been happening, thanks also to the inclusion of government counterparts in the development and in the discussions around development activities. So first of all, WFP held consultative processes. In these consultative processes, everyone was represented from all stratas. It helped to accommodate everyone's ideas, and it has helped the communities to be more conflict sensitive, in that even the minor tribes have also been included, and they feel like all their wishes have also been accommodated. So we have seen less conflicts around assets. We have seen less conflicts around the development work that is happening in the two counties where we are working. So these joint activities are helping to reduce tension. So we are hoping that going forward in 2026 and 27, we will continue to see more development. We will continue to see more cohesive societies thanks to Quaker support. Thank you very much.
안녕하세요. I'm going to speak a little bit about our work in Somalia, and also greetings to all of you from the Somali people. Somalia, very, I would say, similarly to South Sudan, is also grappling a severe and very complex humanitarian settings. We have prolonged conflict, displacement, recurrent climate shocks. Somalia does not contribute a lot to climate change. It's only around 0.2%, although we have droughts every year. We had the worst drought in 40 years in 2022. Also a lot of recurrent floods every year. So it remains one of the poorest countries in the world. We are talking about 54% of the population lives under the poverty line. And a lot of Somalis, over 4 million people, are in crisis level food insecurity. So thank you so much for Koika to also believe that Somalia, despite being a fragile state, can actually take and start a road path and a path to development. It's also Somalia's food and nutrition security, it's, as I mentioned, very linked to climate change. And food security is not only about peace. It's very much interlinked with climate, is interlinked with the social cohesion and dynamics, as my colleague Jacqueline was mentioned as well in South Sudan. So to us, and I think the message from the country office in Somalia is that investment in Somalia is central to the regional stability and resilience. And I think very much, as the director from MOFA was mentioning, a Nexus is not a choice, is a necessity. And I think it's very crucial here to also see it why. When we are talking about the operationalization of the HDP Nexus in Somalia, we recognize as WFP the central role in supporting the HDP, but also considering its unique position and intersection with the food security. Of course, when people have something to eat and there's less conflict in terms of natural resources. Somalia, 70% of the population, they are pastoralists. They move from one place to another looking for food for their animals, for their livestock. And the project that we are currently implementing is supporting people to actually have an increase on food security and nutrition, which I'm going to explain a little bit more on the WOW, but also is leveraging our strategic and operational partnership. WFP Somalia is a great operation on the ground. We are very close to the people we serve, and also that creates also the presence to understand from the communities that we serve what are the needs, what are the local solutions, and how can we learn from them. So very three important points to us into this project, to have the triple nexus on peace, humanitarian, and development, has been really looking how can we integrate climate resilience programming, addressing the climate change, but also take into account that sustainability is key. If we want to help Somalia to start the development path moving forward, we have to work with local NGOs, local partners, local Korean NGOs that might not be present in Somalia, but they might be in the region, and then they can support with technology, with AI, with forecasting, with innovation. And also private sector, how can we help the local private sector companies to also support us into achieve these triple nexus? Gender, really important. How can, and Jacqueline mentioned a little bit the story of a woman, and it's the same in Somalia. So a lot of the women don't even have an access to a bank account, for instance. So how can we ensure women don't only just participate and it's just a check in the box or in a report saying we have achieved this number of women, but also how can we ensure that they have a saying and they are part of a decision process. And that will take us to stability. How can government can also take ownership? And we just started a year ago, but a lot has been done. And we have also, let's say, setting the scene. So we conduct anticipatory action and climate service feasibility study. How can we do it? Can we do it better? What was done already in Somalia? Can we learn from it? Assess the disaster risk management capacity, help the government to review policies, and it's not only WFP, so it has been WFP and partners. I see many of you here also present that has helped us to work with the government into this policy review. We have also shared early warning messages. Somalia currently in Somaliland, where the project is implemented, is facing a very severe drought. So we have reached, through early warning messages, over 190,000 people. And we have launched the first technical working group to discuss anticipatory actions. Might look just, it's just another technical working group, but it's not. It was never done in Somalia. Was never a space where all the stakeholders were coming together with the government leading the scene to setting up how is the road moving forward on AA. And with that, we also establish community DRM committees, just to ensure the communities are the ones that they're having a say on how to move forward. On Pillar 2, I mentioned a bit that women, they cannot open a bank account on their own. So we are really trying to work together with also men as champions to ensure that they can have access to banks, they can have access to finance, and also finance literacy. One thing is, I am a farmer and I have a bag of maize. One thing is, I am a farmer, I have a bag of maize, but I know when is the best time to sell that maize at the better price. So financial literacy is also key into this project.
And well, we have 130 minutes.
Yep, and we just form also 50 village savings and loan groups, and on the Pillar 3, we have completed value chain studies, support to smallholder farmers with post-harvest losses, which in Somalia runs around 25 to 30%, and we also organize and enroll cooperatives into digital aggregation platforms, so the role of technology is also key for the project. And now over to my colleague, Eugene again.
Aside from the project implementation, WP has done a lot to highlight the Republic of Korea's contribution and our partnership with Korea on multiple different platforms. So we've had press release highlighting the contribution that was picked up by national media, and then we have also a lot of impactful social media posts. Some of them are WP staff coming on in front of video to on the ground, talking with the communities that we work with, showing the impact on the ground. So I highly recommend that you watch it. The other big event that we had, I guess, is we've been fortunate to host a documentary team from Korea. We took them out to the field in northern Kenya where they could really see the impact of WP's efforts on the ground. Those were filmed and aired in one of the most renowned Korean TV channel, EBS, at the end of 2024. You can see it up there, available on YouTube. So I also recommend that you watch it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for your wonderful sharing WP's experience. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Eunhae Jo, IFRC MENA Peace Program Manager, and Mr. Muhammad Bilal, IFRC Yemen DRM Watch Coordinator. Please welcome our speakers from IFRC with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, colleagues.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lena Eunhae Jo. I work with the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Society, Regional Office, Middle East, and then North Africa. I here together with our Yemen focal point, at the same time WASH coordinator, engineer Muhammad Bilal. Together we walk through our vision, strategies, and then also updates, and then also of course challenges, how to mitigate those challenges, and then also opportunities like ahead. We have like one shared belief that this water can be managed inclusively and then also collaboratively. Then we can also become the driver of the peace and then also social cohesion and then resilience. Let me briefly introducing IFRC and then also respective national societies first. IFRC is a global network with local reach, and we work in 192 countries. Largest humanitarian network. We work with 16.5 million National Red Cross and Red Crescent Society volunteers in 225,300 branches and local units. It's a huge network, and then also we are situated in local. Our national societies are very strong local actors and then also positioned as a neutral and independent actors. At the same time, delivered the highly trained volunteers. And then also we have auxiliary role to the government, so we recognize as auxiliary role, at the same time working hand in hand in the communities together with the institutions and the government authorities under the Geneva Conventions. Now I'd like to talk a brief program overview and objectives. This is our title of the program, Addressing Water-Induced Community-Level Conflict Strengthening Water Systems, Community Adaptation and Resilience Building. Very passionate. And we also have shortened the nickname H2O Peace, Harmonizing Water Opportunities for Peace and Community Empowerment. We call it H2O Peace. We target 3 countries in the Middle East area, Iran, Jordan, and Yemen, and that we have 3 interconnected outcomes: understanding and learning and preparing, mobilizing. For the understanding, we make sure our relevant partners and the local stakeholders are aware and then also understand the water-related risks and security issues and needs of the target communities. And the second pillar is we make sure that the people who are working in the target communities are equipping with adaptation and then also resilience capabilities to strengthen early intervention and resolution of water-related conflicts. And then the last pillar, we make sure to facilitate access to the safe water resources, rehabilitate the water networks, so make sure these underserved communities are delivered by the mobilized water facilities, and then also address the causes and the triggers of water-related conflicts. These are multi-layered approach, and then it's not like working individually, it is all interconnected approach. Try to understand where we are working in deeply. 3 countries, Iran, Jordan, and Yemen, it's a harsh country. At the same time, a commonality that all countries are suffering from the water scarcity. Iran is highly structured and then also institutional environment, and then constrained foreign policy. As you may heard, like recently, Iranian government is considering to plan evacuate the Tehran population. It's almost like more than 9 million. I'm not sure how many population will be considered to evacuate, but since cause of the water, lack of water resources, they're considering to evacuate. We are not targeting the Tehran, but this is a reflection that how Iran has been suffering for the water sources. And then also for the Jordan, our target areas are like northern governorates, and then also we have the pressure on the shared infrastructure between the host communities and then refugees. There are many Syrian refugees in there. And then also struggle with the scarce water resources. Jordan is also well known of the water scarce country. For the Yemen, you're going to hear more about our dear colleague, Engineer Muhammad Bilal. We are covering a lot of governorates. It's a well-balanced approach, and then suffering from the protracted crisis and damaged water infrastructure, and then we work with dual authorities, and then also because of that, access constraints, and then struggle with the scarce water sources, and then also competing with the agricultural water uses. We all know the importance of HDP Nexus approach. I just wanted to briefly mention that how we are working. We are considering water as an entry point for the HDP Nexus. When the water system fails and then the crisis starts, health crisis, health risks rise, humanitarian crises appear, and then people lose safe access to water. Then the solution has to come from the development. It has to consider the long-term development, strengthen the rehabilitation, and then also institutional capabilities as well. However, we are working in very conflict and then fragile state settings. So we shouldn't forget about peace building component. Peace building comes on very crucial point to maintain like those harmony. Because sometimes like water scarcity can fuel in a second between tension between the communities. I'd like to talk about our essential partners, the women and the girls who are suffer from the tension and then also conflict communities who are migrated due to many regions, IDPs, refugee, and then also who are accepting those communities, host communities, and also the disability people, also with the elderly people, and then who are trying to engage, and then also cause of the very situated in the marginal communities who are far from the older services. We are trying to prioritize these groups as our main beneficiary. However, we shouldn't forget that those group is very essential partners because they are in the communities, they are embedded in the communities, so they are the first responders, and then they know the situation in the communities. So they are working as volunteers who connect within the communities what is happening, and then also understand and then also address the issues to the local institutions as well. So it has been together with the horizontal approach and then also vertical approach, two-way communication is working. With this strengthened approach, this community becomes a safeguard to secure the safe water infrastructure and then also system. Where we are now, I have to confess that actually after we signed the grant arrangement with the KOICA, it has been almost 1 year. we spend a lot of time to lay on our foundation and then to identify who stakeholders are and then also where we are situated and who are the target groups. And then we had to also step back because of internal and then external issues, and then also Iran gone through the insecurity situation in June as well. So briefly, Iran did the initial report assessments, completed, and then also now restarting the baseline exercise, and then also already identify the stakeholders. Since Iran has a very strong governance, we have very closely working with the government, and then also community engagement, mobilization sessions are already underway. For the Jordan, also similar. However, Jordan is way advanced, and then the community capacity building has been started. Also, site visit all completed, so we are already starting to tender review. And then Water Peace Committee, very important one, established and started functioning. As Yemen, we'll hear more from our engineer Bilal. And then, yes, these are the strategy and then the vision. I want to invite our engineer Mohamed Bilal, how it has been translated into the Yemen context.
Thank you, Unhe. Good morning, colleagues. In advance, apologize me for my voice because I've been sick for the last couple of days, feeling better today. Thank you very much, Unhe, for taking us through to the overall aim of the program. I will specifically talk about Yemen context and this program in Yemen. Before going into details, Unhe already highlighted, so IFRC work with its network, its membership. So in Yemen, we work with the Yemen Red Crescent Society. The Yemen Red Crescent Society is part of the IFRC network, so part of the overall Red Crescent movement. It's have a unique position in Yemen also. So I think we know about the Yemen context is a fragile also setting, but also protected crisis in conflict more than a decade now, compounded with natural disaster also. We have floods, cyclones, and also epidemics, AWD, cholera outbreaks. So it's a unique context compounded with several, hazards at the time. The Yemen Red Crescent Society, we have the presence across Yemen. So all the 22 governorates, the Yemen have 22 governorates. So the presence is across Yemen, on including Socotra, so it's like an island. One of the unique thing I also want to highlight that there is the 22 branches also. So each governorate we have a branch, and there are sub branches. These branches are there since decades. So these branches are even functioning when there is no funding or no support. They have their domestic activities, their domestic programs they are doing. So these and also an active, more than 7,000 active volunteers. Those volunteers are those who are trained, and also they are actively working in those communities. Even when there is no funding or no programs, they do their domestic activities. So this is just to highlight the context of Yemen, but also our unique position in Yemen across the whole country. Highlighting here reconnecting communities across dividing lines. So we know that the Yemen context currently we have the two sides. We have the internationally recognized government, and then we have the defective authorities, which is normally maybe you hear about north and south. So in north we have the defective authorities, in the southern areas where we have the internationally recognized government. So the IFRC, the Yemen Red Crescent Society, and this program is functioning on both sides. So we work with the both authorities. We work with the internationally recognized government, but also we work with the defective authorities in the north side. Because Yemen have been in conflict more than a decade now, so the overall development agenda is kind of hindered because of the humanitarian crisis. But we adopt our approach, especially how the HDP, the humanitarian development and peace, how we connect to these aspects. So starting with we have our 5 pillars of this HDP Nexus approach: the context-specific analysis, humanitarian needs, just to highlight here also, so here we cover the humanitarian aspect, but also we do context-specific. We did context-specific need assessment and risk analysis, also stakeholder analysis in the targeted communities, and also talking more on the conflict analysis, talking about conflict drivers and the root causes of those conflicts, especially around. So for us, because our program is more focused on water, so water is the center. So water facilities, access to water is put at the center, and we have the 5 pillars around that. Then talking about conflict sensitivity and do no harm, because we operate in communities which are already affected by the conflict, but then there are also other conflict drivers. So conflict sensitivity and the do no harm is one of the key principles and approach we adopt to ensure that we're not causing any harm, because we are also working in very diverse communities, so to make sure that we're not causing any harms. Related to this also, especially here, is also the where we do ensure that the communities are also, especially we have, so talking about the collaborative partnership, and so the conflict sensitivity is also across the program. Collaborative partnerships, we have established committees. So we have the partnerships at the community level, but also with the authorities. So it's more so working with the community committees, which we call the water peace committees. It's from the local structures, and then also the local water corporations at the governorate level and district level. So those are the key stakeholders also. So the communities, water peace committees are representing the communities. So building those partnership with these, so also we are creating linkages between these community committees and the local water corporations and the communities. So these water peace committees are playing a bridging role between the communities and also the water corporation, and they will also continue collaborating even after end of the program. So we also investing more on the capacity building on conflict prevention and also conflict mediation, conflict resolution. So that is also one of the approach we are adopting, where we talk about the peace building component. Talking about the development so it's more on the resilience building and the sustainability aspects. We're working with these structures, so investing now and there. So promoting sustainable water resource management, investing in this through capacity building in the integrated water resource management, but also on the operational and technical side. So on the operational maintenance and also on the technical sides and different subjects. And also the water, as I talked on the conflict resolution and conflict mediation on these elements. So, and one of the important element is also talking on the contingency planning and early warning. That is more related to the water resources also, to make sure that, because we are dealing we are working in areas where water is already scarce also, and there are recurrent hazards, recurrent floods, especially floods, which is also affecting the infrastructure. So also working a bit more on, especially when we talk about contingency planning and also on the early warning. Linking to this also, the this approach, especially on the sustainability, we work also on the system strengthening, but also partnership. So we have MOUs also. The National Society, Yemen recent have MOUs with the local water corporations to have collaboration from both sides. So it's not like only from one side we are investing, but also in return, and also more working on the governance and the water governance at the governorate and district level. So that is more of the longer term sustainability and resilience aspect. But again, main thing is that water access is, that is at the center, because it's just some, I think, from our consultation meetings with the different stakeholders. So that's basically the stakeholder consultation. We have done a very in-depth stakeholder analysis that identify, for example, in Sana, we are working in old Sana city, which is also a UNESCO World Heritage. So there are different entities which include the heritage department itself and different. So those there are several stakeholders which are also authorities, but also from communities, from different zones. So these stakeholder consultations are done widely in all targeted areas. These are also from different locations. So the first one was from Sana. This is more from Thais on the other side in the internationally recognized government areas. These are some of the snaps from the old Sana city. So where we're doing these water system rehabilitation, also rehabilitation of water networks, and also, so these are, you can see that. So it's not only also, one of the good thing is also this program. So in the old Sana city, the water infrastructure was aging. It was more than 40 years. Now it was rusted. So also it have an impact also on the old Sana city, the infrastructure also, because that is a UNESCO World Heritage. This project will also minimize that, because of the rusting of the pipes, there was, the water, so it was also affecting the infrastructure. So it will also preserve and save those infrastructure.
Yes, and we have 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think very briefly, how we measure our progress and results. So these are some of the things which we have, some of our indicators. Conflict tension reduction, population reach, like access to people, system reliability, sustainability, I talk about it. Volunteer engagement, one of the very important things, as I say, we have active networks of volunteers. So those volunteers are from those local areas. So those are coming from the same, they are not coming from any other area. So that is our key strength, and we engage them in awareness raising and all throughout the program cycle. Access to water, as I say, this is the key. Institutional cooperation, we talk about more working on the cooperation partnership with the communities, but also with the local water corporations. I think considering the time, I will not go because these are some of the challenges, because as we talk, we work in fragile context, protected crisis, but also dealing with, dual authorities. So that are some of the challenges we have been facing. But again, these are the challenges for us. There has always, challenges come also, it brings opportunities. So for us, definitely, we work together with our partners, within the Red Crescent movement, with the Yemen Red Crescent Society, and also with the authorities. So to overcome on these challenges, mitigation plans, mitigation strategies, we adopted these strategies to ensure that we don't hinder our program, the program run, and it's achieved this objective. Yes, so I think, at the end, I think, but the key message is also that our approaches, again, people-centered approach. So because we talk about communities, we talk about peoples, we talk about humanitarian needs, also UN development, all this, it comes with the people. So it's people-centered. Resilience is one of the main component, and also integrated solution and strategic partnerships. Again, these are the key pillars we are stressing on, and our program is focusing on to achieve the HDP Nexus objectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing IFRC's key insights. Next, we will move on to the presentation by Mr. Bong-won Choi, Director of Team and Team International. He will have a presentation on representative achievements of humanitarian partnership program. Please welcome him again with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bong-won Choi. I'm the director of Team and Team International. It's an honor to join this KOICA event and share our field experience. I would like to thank you, KOICA, for opportunity to present our achievement and lesson. Let me briefly introduce the Team and Team International. Team and Team is a specialized NGO for water sector. We work in East Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Uganda. We work to supply water and hygiene sanitation facilities. Today, I will introduce the key result and insight from our 3-year KOICA Humanitarian Partnership program to improve school wash in Rhino and Imbepi refugee settlement in Uganda. In this presentation, I will introduce the project, explain why it was needed, summarize our main intervention and result, and highlight the key challenges and recommendations from an HDP Nexus perspectives. Our project was carried out in Rhino and Imbepi refugee camp settlement in northern Uganda, which hosts many refugees from South Sudan and the DR Congo. We focus on improving wash environment in school attended by both refugee and host community children. From 2021 to 2024, with a budget about $750,000, we supported 9 primary schools in the settlement, reaching about 18,000 students and teachers. This was a school wash program in a long-term refugee context designed to protect children's health and ensure a safe and respectful learning environment. The background of this project is the long-lasting humanitarian crisis in northern Uganda. Since 2013, the conflict in South Sudan has continued pushed many refugees into Uganda, putting heavy pressure on school. COVID-19 school closure from 2020 to 2022 further worsened conditions and enrollment surged when school reopened. As shown in the graph, the refugee population in Rhino camp grew from about 113,000 in 2019 to 128,000 in 2021, is a similar increase in Imbepi settlement. In our 2021 baseline, the 9 targeted schools had about 14,000 students. By early 2024, this number exceeded over 20,000. As a result, schools struggle to maintain even minimum hygiene standards as student population extended faster than infrastructure could respond. At baseline, each functional toilet was shared by 94 students for far above the 1 to 50 humanitarian standard. And although many students knew hand washing was important, only about 12% actually practiced it. This showed that both infrastructure and hygiene behavior changes were very weak. In response, team expanded our community-based wash program into refugee school, applying an HDP Nexus approach. The overall goal of this project was to enhance the hygiene environment in school across the refugee settlement. To achieve this, we focus on 3 objectives. First, improvement access to adequate and safety sanitation facility. Second, increased hand wash facility practice, provide the facility and practice rate among students. And third, improved menstrual hygiene management. To achieve this, we combine inclusive sanitation infrastructure with behavior change to build a sustainable hygiene culture among students. Building on this integrated approach, our first major activity was improve school sanitation through targeted construction. To focus our resources on the most vulnerable schools, we began with the wash assessment across all 44 primary and secondary schools in the settlement. Among the 7 criteria we reviewed, the most important were the student-to-toilet ratio and the urgency of washing need. Working together with the WASH cluster, UNHCR, and district education officer, we used these criteria to select 3 priority schools each year, 9 schools in total. This process helped ensure that our support reached the school where it could make the strongest and most sustainable impact. On this slide, you can see the sanitation facility we built in 9 schools. In total, we constructed 29 new latrine blocks, 14 for boys, 10 for girls, and 5 for teachers, providing 130 cubicles. This scale of structure significantly expanded safe and reliable sanitation access for students and teachers across the settlement. Each block included one disability accessible cubicle with a lamp, wide door, and handrails for safe and dignified use. For girls, we had a private shower or changing room and incinerator managed by female teacher. This support allowed many adolescent girls to stay in school during their period without fear or embarrassment. Due to unstable soil and heavy rainfall, we reinforced foundation and improved drainage to ensure long-term stability. As you shown on the slide, we can see Team and Team's washing facility model compared with another washing model's combined structure in the same context. Many models in refugee setting use large, costly blocks that are hard to maintain. We choose a compact and reinforced BIP design that works well in low water setting and requires less dislodging, which is crucial in long-term resource-limited setting. By keeping the structure simple but strong, school can maintain it sustainably. Our second major activity was improving student hand washing practice. To promote large-scale behavior change, we installed 18 group hand washing stations, 2 in each of the 9 schools near the boys and girls latrine. We used the Washola 3 models developed by KICH and UNICEF. This low-cost efficient system allows many students to wash their hands at the same time while using very little water and soap. Before our intervention, most schools had only a few small water containers, open without soap, and facilities were easily damaged. As you can see on the right, after the installation of washer station and regular soap supply, students began washing their hands regularly after using the toilet, before eating, and during school cleaning. In short, hand washing became a normal part of daily school life. Our third activity focused on long-term behavior change through hygiene education and MHM. First, we trained 27 hygiene focal teachers through quarterly TOT workshop, creating a strong cascading effect across school. Importantly, 12 of the trained teachers were men. By involving them in practical exercise such as making reusable pad, we challenged gender stereotypes and built a more inclusive understanding of this issue. Many male teachers recognized menstruation as a natural for the first time, reducing stigma among teachers and students. Alongside teacher training, we delivered the MHM education to 6,061 girls in the 9 schools. Lessons were tailored by the age, helping younger girls understanding the basics of menstruation and enable older girls to discuss it openly and confidently. Students learn essential hygiene practice, confidence in their changing bodies, and how to make and care for reusable pad. For many girls, it was the first time they could discuss this topic safely. Finally, we strengthened the student-led wash clubs in all 9 schools. With the support from teachers, club members helped take care of the toilet and hand washing station, checked the water and soap, and led the school wash hygiene campaign. This peer-led activity encouraged students to take ownership of the facility, helping sustain positive behavior change. The before and after key outcome charts show 3 major improvements. First, sanitation access improved. The number of students per cubicle dropped from 94 to 61. Thanks to the new facility and better maintenance. Second, hand washing behavior changed dramatically. Observed hand washing with soap increased from about 13% to over 90%. It has now become a daily habit for most students. Third, girls' MHM satisfaction rose sharply. It increased from about 29% to more than 84%, giving girls far greater comfort and confidence at school. Together, these improvements strengthen both student health and their overall learning environment. We also listened closely to students and teachers about changing their experience. One girl, the right side, she said, her words stay with me the most. She said, I no longer feel ashamed about the menstruation, and now I can teach my younger sister what I learned. For me, her words captured the true impact of this project. They show that beyond the building toilet and hand washing station, we have to restore dignity, confidence, and sense of safety for girls in a very fragile setting. Of course, these results were achieved under significant challenge. Growing student numbers, rising material costs, and any other challenges. These challenges reflect the reality of work in a dynamic, resource-constraining refuge context. To respond to these challenges, we applied practical context-based adjustment. We adjust the latrine rate ratio from the humanitarian standard of 1 to 50 to more realistic 1 to 61, ensuring that all 9 schools could receive meaningful benefit with the available budget, still a major improvement from 1 to 94 and aligned with the humanitarian principle of safety and dignity. To address vandalism, we upgraded the wash yard design and integrate facility care into wash club activity, turning students into guardians of their own infrastructure. For structural risk, we adopt a more compact but reinforced latrine design and worked with the local contractor from the Arua region who understood the soil and climate condition well. For teacher turnover, we developed standardized TOT manuals and handover process. Finally, for cultural and language barriers, we ensured that MHM education was delivered in a culturally appropriate and accessible manner through interpreter and co-facilitator who spoke local language. These adaptive strategies were crucial for keeping program activity in a fragile context. From this 3-year experience, we identified 3 key lessons relevant to other HDP Nexus program. First, integrate WASH with other sector. Our WASH plus education approach improved hygiene outcome, school attendance, and girls' participation, showing strong potential for WASH health, nutrition integration. Second, localization must be prioritized at every stage. By partnering with the local contractor and co-designing material with the local teachers, we enhance cost-effective and ownership. Local actors best understand the context and are key to sustaining the project after external support end. Third, apply humanitarian standards with complexity. Humanitarian standards are essential for quality and accountability, but in fast-changing context, they need to be applied with flexibility, such as adjust the toilet ratio from 1 to 50 to 1 to 61 helped us maintain dignity and safety while remaining realistic in the field. In conclusion, this projects show that an integrated WASH in school approach can deliver meaningful results even in a practice refugee context. By protecting children's health and support safer learning environment, we have to make daily school life more dignified for thousands of students. We look forward to continue this journey with our partners. To conclude, I would like to share a short video message from our Team and Team Uganda team. Thank you.
Healthy students, brighter future. 감사합니다.
Boys and girls have separate clean latrines. 감사합니다. Better hygiene brings better attendance. 감사합니다.
Through menstrual hygiene management, we are proud to make the schools gender-friendly. 감사합니다.
We see confidence growing among students. 감사합니다.
I heard the girls sharing about the new MHM systems, the one that was installed by Team and Team. And now girls can stay in school the rest of the time. They don't need to miss classes or any school program due to menstrual hygiene issues. So when a girl was sharing this with me, it really touched me, and we knew we are doing a positive thing in the refugee settlement. Wash in school is, we look at it in a whole perspective. We cannot separate WASH from other sectors of the development in the settlement. WASH, education, health are interconnected. With this, the donors really did well to support us so that we can ensure the girls and the boys are kept in school. To our donors, KOICA, KCOC, and other stakeholders, your contribution enabled us to do all this and keep all the students, both boys and girls, in school. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Director Cho, and that's a very wonderful video for sharing us. Okay, we are going to have a very short break, 5 minutes break, so you can go to restaurant or have a coffee, and then we'll be back in 11 a.m. Okay, so now it's almost 11 o'clock. We'll be meeting in 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to start soon. We will have a fourth presentation for morning session, so please take your seats. Thank you for your cooperation. Such a short notice and break. So we are having fourth presentation. I'd like to ask you to take your seats in your table. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're outside, please take your seats in the venue. We're going to start the fourth presentation soon. Okay, we're going to start in 3 minutes, 11:10. So if you're still staying outside, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start at 11:10 for fourth presentation. Please take your seats. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, did you enjoy your short break? All right. We have Mr. Hwan Jong-oh, the CEO of TAB, introducing innovative products. Please understand this session will be delivered in Korean. Thank you for your understanding. All right, let us welcome Mr. Oh for his wonderful presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, nice to meet you. 예, 발표 시작하겠습니다. 저희는 이제 물 문제 해결하는 스타트업이고요. UN SDGs 6번 목표죠. 이제 위생과 깨끗한 물 달성하기 위해서 최초로 이제 마개형 식수 살균기랑 마개형 간이 정수기를 발명했습니다. 첫 번째 설명드린 제품은 이제 최초의 마개형 UV 살균기인 라디스라는 제품입니다. 저희가 이제 그 개도국 식수위생 문제 해결하려고 물 살균기를 최초로 이렇게 마개 형태로 발명을 했고요. 이 제품은 이제 감염성 질병 예방을 위해서 발명된 제품입니다. 잘 아시겠지만 개발도상국 식수에서 이제 세균 번식한 문제로 인해서 이제 많은 사망자가 속출하고 고통받고 있습니다. 이 식수에서 균 번식하는 문제는 개발도상국뿐만 아니라 선진국에서도 종종 발생하는 문제인데요. 네, 이런 문제를 저희가 해결하기 위해서 이제 해당 제품을 발명했습니다. 네, 개도국 같은 경우 특히 이 문제로 인해서 사람들도 많이 목숨을 잃고 있다고 합니다. 예, 발표 앞서서 영상 하나 보시고 이어서 계속하겠습니다. 네, 지금 방금 보신 이 제품이고요. 저희가 이제 식수 살균기를 최초로 이제 마개 형태로 만들어서 개발도상국에 많이 보급을 했고, 이제 23년도에는 우크라이나 재건 사업 투입하면서 키예에 위치한 국립병원에 1000대 들어가면서 식수위생 문제도 많이 해결을 했습니다. 영상 보신 것처럼 식수위생 보급 이후에 이제 수인성 질병 발생률이 많이 낮아졌는데요. 네, 3분이 지나면 제품 작동이 자동으로 종료가 되고, 그렇게 되면 최대 2리터에서 99.9% 세균이 제거돼서 사용자에게 안전한 물을 제공합니다. 네, 라오스랑 필리핀 같은 경우에는 저희가 생명의 빛 프로젝트란 이름으로 빛으로 물을 소독해서 사용자에게 이제 질병을 예방하는 그런 프로젝트였다 보니까 프로젝트 이름을 이제 프로젝트 더 라이트 오브 라이프라고 지었습니다. 그래서 첫 번째 생명의 빛 프로젝트는 저희가 삼성전자 후원을 통해서 제품 2,000대를 양산해서 라오스랑 필리핀에 2,000가구에 보급을 했고요. 단 3개월 만에 수인성 질병 발생률을 60% 정도 평균적으로 낮추는 성과를 냈습니다. 굉장히 뿌듯했던 거는 제품을 사용한 이후부터는 아기들이 설사를 하지 않는다 그래서 굉장히 뿌듯했던 그런 프로젝트였었고요. 네, 두 번째는 이제 한국기획재정부 산하의 조달청에서 구매해 주신 것 플러스 외교부에서 이제 도와주셔서 저희가 2,500대를 우크라이나 포함해서 총 4개 국가에 보급을 했습니다. 생명의비 프로젝트 두 번째에서는 저희가 정부 조달 통해서 식수 문제를 해결을 했고요. 이때 당시에 총 2,500대를 보급했고 7개월 이후에 이 보급 장소는 주로 다 병원에 보급을 했습니다. 우크라이나 같은 경우에는 외교부 통해서 저희가 500대를 우간다에 있는 카키리 지역의 조산원에 보급을 했고요. 애기들 이제 물 주거나 분유를 타줄 때 저희 제품을 이렇게 살균해서 주면서 애기들이 이제 설사도 하지 않고, 또 신기했던 건 우크라이나 같은 경우에는 저희 제품으로 젖병도 소독해서 쓴다고 하셔서 되게 좀 인상적이었고요. 제품 보급 7개월 이후에 각 병원장분들을 이제 각 코트라 관장님들께서 이제 설문조사를 하셨습니다. 보급 7개월 후에 이제 수인성 질병 발생률은 약 80% 정도 네 국가에서 감소를 했고, 식수 음용에 대한 불안감은 약 87.5% 제품 사용 이후에 감소시키는 성과를 냈습니다. 저희 TAB 포함해서 되게 큰 기업들 4군데와 같이 해당 프로젝트를 진행을 했고요. 저희가 가장 작고 귀여운 스타트업인데도 불구하고 창출하는 임팩트는 저희가 가장 컸었습니다. 네, 해당 제품은 적정기술 제품이 아니고요. 유니버셜 디자인 제품이기 때문에 꼭 개발도상국에 국한돼서 사용되지 않습니다. 우리나라 같은 경우에도 해당 제품이 이제 그런 항암치료 환자분들이나 면역의 주의가 필요한 노약자, 어린이들 대상으로 사용이 되고 있고요. 네, 그 밖에 이렇게 캠핑용품으로도 활용이 가능합니다. 그래서 저희가 이제 선진국 시장에 진출해서 제품을 홍보할 때는 전 세계에서 가장 생명을 많이 살린 가장 멋진 스토리가 담긴 텀블러다라고 이렇게 홍보를 하는데요. 왜 텀블러냐고 말씀을 드리냐면 저희가 이제 선진국 시장에서도 이제 수익을 창출해서 저희가 그 수익을 정부 지원 사업에만 의존하는 것이 아니라 독립적으로 임팩트를 창출할 수 있으려면 이제 자체적으로 수익이 나야 되는데요. 그 수익의 일부를 또 개발도상국에 독립적으로 임팩트를 창출하는 데 쓰일 수 있기 때문에 이제 해당 기반을 마련하고 있고, 선진국에서 쓰이기 위해서는 조금 더 이제 사용성을 높였습니다. 그래서 페트병에 지금은 결합되는데요. 이렇게 이제 나사선이 있는 용기에 결합된다는 특성을 활용해서 저희가 맞춤 용기를 만들어서 살균 텀블러를 추가로 발명을 했습니다. 그래서 보시면 전 세계 입구, 페트병 입구가 다 동일한데요. 이 입구를 활용해서 이제 네, 저희 맞춤 용기에 이렇게 끼우면 이제 살균 텀블러가 되는 그런 구조입니다. 그래서 해당 제품이 이렇게 페트병에 원래 껴지는 게 저희 시그니처였지만 다양한 용기에 결합돼서 군수통에도 결합되고요, 주전자에도 결합되고, 내년에는 이제 브리타에 결합되는 제품도 추가로 이제 제작할 계획입니다. 그래서 저의 이런 정체성을 좀 활용해서 다양한 시장에 다양한 용기에 결합됨으로써 주방 시장, 뭐 군납 시장, 그리고 그런 캠핑 시장, 뭐 다양한 유아용품 시장에 진출할 수 있게끔 저희가 여러 가지를 좀 계획하고 있습니다. 네. 보통 임팩트 비즈니스의 가장 좀 안타까운 부분은 정부 지원 사업이 종료되면 그 솔루션도 증발해버리는 그런 안타까운 부분들을 되게 많이 봤기 때문에 저희 개발도상국에서 이렇게 임팩트 냈던 것 플러스 제품의 효과를 검증했던 것, 이런 스토리들을 저희가 선진국 시장에 진출할 때 활용해서 선진국 시장에서는 주로 이제 수익을 창출하고요. 그렇게 해서 정부 지원 사업에만 의존하지 않고 끝나더라도 저희가 독립적으로 임팩트를 창출할 수 있는 그런 비즈니스를 기반을 만들고 있는 중입니다. 네, 유아용품으로도 이렇게 활용되고 있고요. 지금 국내 이제 백혈병 환자들한테도 저희가 제품을 후원하고 있습니다. 우리나라 특히 삼다수 같은 경우에 백혈병 어린이분들한테 물 깨끗하게 먹으라고 제품을 삼다수 공짜로 주고 있는데, 저희가 이렇게 이제 수익의 일부를 백혈병 어린이 환자분들 식수에서도 균 번식하기 때문에 제품을 이제 후원해드리고 있고요. 이런 분들이 이제 제품 활용하시고 고맙다고 이렇게 SNS로 이렇게 소개도 해주시고 홍보도 해주시고 그러고 있습니다. 네, 저기는 이제 아기한테 물 줄 때도 저렇게 쓰고 있고요. 네, 제품 판매에 필요한 모든 인증이 지금 완료가 된 상태이고요. 그래서 해당 제품은 국내뿐만 아니라 미국 시장, 유럽 시장에도 판매가 가능한 그런 상태입니다. 네, 다음 제품은 이제 플롭탭이라고 하는 이제 마개형 간이 정수기고요. 이 제품은 지속 가능한 그린 ODA와 지속 가능한 식수 문제 해결을 개발도상국에서 진정성 있게 해결하기 위해서 발명된 제품입니다. 잘 아시겠지만 식수위생 문제 많이 만연해 있고 개발도상국의 서민층 이하의 가난하신 분들이 이 문제를 겪고 있는데요. 지금 보면 뭐 드론이 배달하고 로봇이 서빙을 하는 시대에 왔음에도 개발도상국 서민층 이하의 가난하신 분들의 식수위생 문제는 고질적으로 인류가 해결하지 못하고 있는 문제입니다. 기존의 솔루션 같은 경우에는 환경을 해치거나 탄소 배출이 많이 되고 지속 가능하지 않은 경우도 있고요. 특히 이제 멤브레인 필터를 적용한 제품 같은 경우는 현지에서 필터 생산이 불가능하기 때문에 오랫동안 지속 가능하게 문제를 해결하지 못했습니다. 정수장 같은 경우에도 뭔가 물 문제가 없는 어느 정도 이제 소득이 있는 곳에서는 관리가 돼서 이게 지속 가능하지만 물 문제가 있는 빈곤하신 분들이 거주하는 환경에선 관리가 되지 않기 때문에 문제를 지속 가능하게 해결하지 못했습니다. 예, 그래서 저는 이제 가족 단위로 사용할 수 있는 저가의 자연중력 여가 방식의 간이 정수기를 발명을 했고요. 이 제품은 이제 A4 용지로 제품을 필터를 현지에서 나는 재료로 만들기 때문에 문제를 지속 가능하게 해결할 수 있습니다. 이게 이제 물이 안 담기면 좀 들고 올 수 있는데 물이 20리터짜리에 이제 담아서 작동을 시키다 보니까 여기 못 갖고 왔고요. 좀 밖에 부스에서 작동하고 있으니까 이따가 점심 드시고 한번 놀러 오시면 설명드리겠습니다. 또 이 제품은 추이성 질병 예방뿐만 아니라 개발도상국 주민분들, 서민층 이하의 가난하신 분들은 물을 끓여서 드시기 때문에 벌목우링에서 숲이 사막화되고 불을 피우면서 이산화탄소가 대량 배출되는 문제가 있습니다. 이 문제를 물을 끓여서 살균하는 것을 여과를 통한 정수로 대체할 수 있기 때문에 탄소 배출을 줄이는 데도 이점이 있는 그런 제품이고요. 사용법은 간단합니다. 이런 제리캔에 물 받아 오시는데요. 원래 뚜껑 대신 저희 거 끼우고 옆으로 눕히면 시간당 1에서 2리터 정도의 깨끗한 물을 얻을 수 있는 제품입니다. 저희는 항상 소개할 때 그러니까 집안에 작은 옹달샘을 만들어주는 그런 제품이라고 소개를 하고요. 개발도상국 전용 브리타라고 보시면 되시겠습니다. 안쪽에 분말형 필터 구간에는 여러 가지 이제 재료들을 커스터마이징해서 그 환경에 있는 문제에 따라서 중금속이 문제면 중금속 협착하는 그런 어떤 골탄이라든지 아니면 이온 수지 같은 것을 넣으면 그런 불소 문제나 비소 문제 같은 경우에도 해결이 가능한 그런 솔루션입니다. 그래서 이번에 이제 아루샤에 500대가 들어가는데 탄자니아 아루샤 같은 경우에는 불소가 지하수에 많기 때문에 저희가 그런 문제를 좀 지속 가능하게 해결할 수 있는 그런 솔루션이 되지 않을까 사료가 되고요. 예, 시험 성적서입니다. 대장균이나 탁도가 먹는 물 수준으로 계산되는 것을 확인할 수 있었고요. 불소 같은 경우에도 제골 100%에 다루는 그런 저희 시험 성적서를 확보했습니다. 네, 그래서 이 제품 아까도 말씀드린 것처럼 이제 개발도상국 전용 브리타라고 말씀드릴 수 있겠고요. 개발도 많이 보급이 됐었습니다. 이제 탄자니아도 보급되고 베트남, 우간다, 그밖에 가나에도 보급이 된 이력이 있고요. 네, 올해 감사하게도 이제 코이카 CTS 시드2 사업 선정되면서 작년 12월 달에 해당 제품 2,200대가 지금 탄자니아에 작년에 보내졌고요. 그 중에 올해 2월 달에 650대를 제품을 무상으로 보급을 했습니다. 그러니까 탄소 배출 땔감 사용을 얼마큼 주는지, 그리고 수인성 질병 발생률 얼마큼 주는지, 이 두 가지에 대한 효과를 좀 보기 위해 저희가 650대를 650 가정에 보급을 했고요. 네, 이렇게 제품 필터를 조립하고 제작하는 인프라도 구축을 했습니다. 예, 그 중에서 150대를 저희가 150가정을 트래킹해서 이제 땔감 사용량과 수인성 질병 발생률이 얼만큼 줄었는지 확인을 했고요. 이번 달에 이제 결과가 나왔는데 수인성 질병 발생률 같은 경우에는 목표치가 10% 정도 이상 줄이는 거였는데 저희가 60% 정도 줄였고요. 땔감 사용량 같은 경우에도 65% 정도 감소시키는 성과를 냈습니다. 시드 1 때는 이제 베트남에 저희가 기아대책기구랑 협력해서 보급을 했었는데요. 네, 이때 당시에도 네, 제품 이렇게 보급을 했었습니다. 뭐 현지에서 이제 같이 조립하고 교육하고 이렇게 제품 보급했고요. 이때 당시에는 무려 한 달 만에 수인성 질병 발생률을 91.5% 감소시키는 성과를 냈습니다. 네, 저희 이제 대표 맡고 있고요. 이제 해당 제품 발명한 발명가고 산업 디자인 전공했습니다. 그래서 해당 제품이 제 대학교 졸업 작품인데요. 예, 감사하게도 이렇게 제품의 어떤 가능성을 인정해 주셔서 좀 개발하게 됐고, 이제 우크라이나 재건 사업에도 투입하는 그런, 그리고 뭐 탄자니아에도 보급하는 그런 이제 기회 주셔서 너무 감사드립니다. 그리고 연세대학교 교수이면서 이제 국제개발 쪽 전문가인 김장생 이사님이 같이 참여하고 있고요. 네, 그 밖에 저희 직원분들 계시고 네트워크 현황은 다음과 같습니다. 네, 이상 TAB였습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Oh. That was such a wonderful presentation. I hope you can get the grasp, the whole idea of that tab. All right, so next presenter is Mr. Ryan Shin, CEO of Bodit. Please welcome him around with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me over here. And actually, our company name, Bodit, our company can be here thanks to the KOICA. And many people, when I visited Kenya, people say, I'm like a lion, but I'm Ryan. So thank you for KOICA to recognize our product and solutions potential. And today, the Vice President, Ms. Son, asked me that you look like a cow. Can you find a cow on my face? Maybe that's why I pivoted our technology from healthcare business part to the livestock industry for animals healthcare. So actually, in livestock field, farmers struggle from the climate changing. And also, because of the war, they are suffering from their feed supply chain. But that is a really big challenge for them. But the biggest one, I think, is AI. AI developed very fast, and AI take off lots of the jobs. But I believe we can make more jobs with AI. I will tell you more how can we make more powered farmers to make a sustainable world. Can you recognize which cow is in bad condition or sick? It's really difficult, right? But it is not because of this is picture. On site, as a real life, it is really difficult too. Even they have 1 to 2 cows, if they don't have a very good understanding about the cattle, then they don't know about this one. But they actually keep speaking by behavior. But the reason we didn't understand that they are saying because they are loss on their farmers' income, and also make lots of the unusable resource. So if it is expanded to the global way, then we use lots of the energy and the resource for this kind of unnecessary situation because of this more function. That's why we developed farmers' hands to listen what is their exact status for now. Actually, now the cultured beef, I mean lab-grown beef, or the milk is growing fast. So like a Google or Apple, if the certain company is getting a winner, but the other farmer lose their job, it would be a very big problem. Because especially low middle income country people, they are relying on their life, on their agriculture, and also livestock. But what we are struggling with these farmers' hands is to empowering their ability to make a sustainable livestock. they usually don't have their mindset, this is business. They have their cow as their family, so they grow their cow, just as it is. But I usually ask about them, I asked to them, how many cows do you have? Then they said 10 to 20. Then how many cows do you want to raise in the future? They said 550 or 100, more than 100. But how can you make it? So what I'm saying is productivity efficiency. So even in Korea, the mortality rate of the cow is 13%. But when we started this business in Africa, Kenya, we found 13 farms and we supported that 13 farms with an average mortality rate of 32.6%. But almost 90% of the cow die before 90 days. And also, but in case of the Kenya, because of the field environment, because of pasturing, they have lots of the disease, even they are adult cow. So, but respiratory disease and digestive disease, that is the main thing of the main reason of their mortality. But if we can keep that kind of disease death, then we can give them more productive way. And also the other thing is they are non-pregnant days. They can make milk when they give a birth. Many people think milk comes just automatically, right? But after they get a birth, they can make a good real milk. But if they cannot in calf at the right time period, then they will lose their income. Their total milk yield goes down, and their genetic ability goes down too. So if we can, the 50 open days higher than the other farm, then they will use 15,000 US dollar more. But in case of the Korea, more than 40,000. So we detect from the cow's neck, like a Cora sensor, and by using very detailed movement analysis, what we capture is how long do they suckle their mother's milk? How long do they take a feed and grazing? And even we know how many times do they chewing for the rumination. Even we counted the number of coughing. We don't know how many times do we cough, but we know about them for respiratory disease. And also for reproduction, we counted their number of mounting, and we give this kind of alert at the right time for farmers to take their action at the right time, golden standard time. If we have more than 50 children, maybe we don't know who has disease of a symptom or a bad condition like a cow, but in case of the developed country also, they have this kind of a problem too. But in case of the low middle income country, as I mentioned, they usually take their cow by family size, but they don't, usually they don't have some comprehensive understanding. So this kind of individual monitoring impossible problem make a low productivity with high mortality rate and long period of the non-pregnant days. What we provide, one, is also heat stress and resting time and activity, that kind of a thing related to their behavior for the growth and the disease, and also for the reproduction. So precision farming, precision livestock farming, that idiom seems like a little bit difficult, but we make it as a very simple way. I will show you that. You don't know, right? But now you know. So by using our sensor, we can distinguish which one has low level of the rumination, lack of the food intake, and lack of the resting time because of their bad condition. And how many times do they cough? We know at the beginning. So before it is getting severe, farmer can treat at the right time with a timely intervention. So right below, this is a simplified version of our sensors movement detection. So by using this one, we know how long do they suckle their mother's milk and also standing time. But the most difficult from our sensor and our algorithm is to count their coughing. For sensor perspective view, coughing and jumping and playing each other, that looks really similar. But we can distinguish that because we had an experience on humans' heart disease monitoring from the electrocardiogram monitoring system. Even we know how many times do they ruminate with their certain time of the regurgitation and the swallowing. That is a really big feature from our side, but we started this one with the calf's status because the calf is very weak at this stage. But reproduction perspective view, this is really people's favorite function in low middle income country because they have a really long period of open days, long period of the non-pregnant days. But they sniff each other when they are on heat, on estrus. Their cycle is 21 days. If they lose that one chance, then they lose about a month and 2 months, 3 months, and they lose their money. And also for cow, how about them? If farmers don't know which one is in better condition, even they want to get a treatment at the right time, they cannot get that. We have used this kind of livestock for about 10,000 years. But I don't know, we haven't treated them as their animal welfare way. But for now, we have technology. We can see that. So we can give this kind of information for cattle, but it is really, really good for farmers. This technology is really important, but I don't want to say technology is the word. It should be easy to use for farmers, or they don't use anymore. So we made this like a WhatsApp notification for something happened, issued some problem on their health or reproduction. And most of the best, the important thing is they want to know which cow is in better condition. I don't want to rely on each farmer's ability. If we can monitor in the center on the regional area, then they can monitor several farms' cow data like this, and they can send a vet or consultant to make a connection at the right time. That is the thing I believe really a sustainable way in low middle income country, of course in Korea too. So farmer, now they can see like this very easily. But with a detailed data set, consultant or veterinarian, they now understand why it is in bad condition. So by using this, in Korea, we already used more than 6,000 cattle, but it is on commercial way we sell. Among more than 10 million hours, we could reduce the mortality rate from 13.2% to 0.5%. It means we could save more than 800 cattle. In Korea, one beef cow price, when they go to the market, the farmer get $8,000 US. That's the crazy market in here, Korea and Japan. But you should try to taste Hanu, Korean beef. That's really good. That's the reason it is really expensive. Yeah. But in case of the Kenya, we implemented this for the 13 farms over there, more than 200 cows. Their average mortality rate, we could drop down dramatically. But among that 13 farms, 2 farms had 80% of the mortality rate. How can they make their business? It was a really sad story. They had 30 cows, but they only had 6 cows when we went to there. But they said their problem was East Coast fever. That is called as ECF. But they think that is not curable, recoverable. So they do only one thing when they have ECF, praying. So they were surprised. After they got an early time notification from our sensor and our system, they isolated that bad cow. And they called the veterinarian to increase their immune system. And they didn't infect to others. And also, that cow recovered just within 1.5 days. They were surprised, but it was for us a really big challenge because our KOICA's CTS project had a certain threshold for goal. But we tried that one, and we could get this 0.6%. So they think it is like a miracle, they saying, but I keep saying them, that is not a miracle. Now you can understand your cows like your children. That's why, and also you treat it at a right time, at the right way. That's why you could save that. So the value we can give them, early disease detection, can be fast recovery. And if they applied to the 100 heads in their local field, then with their $5,000 per year, they can make this kind of money more. One of the champion farmer could make their lowest milk yield from 20 liter to 12 liter to 20 liter. Oh my God, opposite way. So 20 liter to 12 liter. But I calculated this one with just a 2 liter increase per day. It has high potential. Our technology comes from really, really slight movement analysis like electrocardiogram monitoring systems. That is really complex. But time domain, frequency domain, we capture more than 200 features. So we can distinguish, is that the suckling mother's milk or just a plain tongue on the air? This kind of thing really important. Even the AI developed very fast. The signal time domain series, this kind of data analysis needed pre-processing performance. But I don't want to say technology is really important. I want to say collaboration, community, cooperation. That is really important. So we started this project from Kenya's Maru cooperatives. And I didn't explain from the technology. I explained what you do. That is the business you are doing. And if you can make a more healthy way, more strong way of your business, then it is really helpful for the cow and also for community and global the earth. I invited one very pioneer farmer in Korea, and we gave him the full training session with 50 to 70 liter milk yield per day the milk farm, and also which raised more than $8,000 value of the beef cow. He learned lots of things, and he spread his knowledge in his community. I don't want to say technology can make us sustainable. I want to tell you that if we can find a really good starting point, then we can spread more. We didn't succeed well now, but we are now ongoing, so I cannot say that as a result. But with KOICA, we initially KOICA's support, we initially focused on the no poverty and no hunger and gender equality because women are monitoring this one very well in the field. So they applied this one a lot. So almost 50 to 60% of our beneficiary is women. And also climate action. But I really love this project. Do you know why? Livestock is everywhere, every country. And also, if we can tie them with digital transformation as a global way, then we can manage them very effective way. So, in case of the agriculture field, the cow, cattle, they are high value animal, much higher than goat or sheep, right? But we are now targeting to expand that to the goat and sheep too, but we can resolve lots of the things with this kind of thing, this kind of technology and their commitment. So that's why I love this one. And I believe truly love can resolve the problem. Without love, we cannot resolve any problem. So we gave farmers to take care of their cow and then calves very well with precision livestock farming. That is a way to reduce greenhouse gas emission a lot, and also enhance their animal welfare and their income, actually. But global way, as an international organization, the most important thing is the big impact, right? So we can use this data for the data-driven product, like a data-driven beef or data-driven milk for sustainable world. So we usually say our potential customer can be vegetarian who feel guilty to consume the beef or milk. So with this kind of labeling system, we can have lots of the information, but for the consumer, very easy way. Do they feed as a good way or the bad way? So whole food market in the US and also waitress in United Kingdom, they are making this kind of higher welfare product, but that is based on the local environment-based, farm-based, not the individual. They are now struggling to make that way, but we are doing that way with the United Kingdom, Scotland Rural College, and United States, the Holstein Association, and Kenya International Livestock Research Institute. They are using this one for genetic development on global warming. So methane emission, that comes higher in low productivity efficiency farms, a lot. 5 to 6 times more than the high efficiency farm. So I can say that to make a 30 liter of the milk, will you use 10 cows or 1 cow? Which one consume the energy more? I think you know. So I actually started from the computer science engineer, and I started my work in the United States for camera-based arm rehabilitation game development. But now we have a proud 16 people in our company, and we have over here also 3 more staffs that are came to here. So please contact us to ask anything. We pivoted that technology from the electrocardiogram monitoring system, not only the peak. These small waves we should understand to know which side, left side of the heart is disease or the right side has a problem. So we developed the first wearable medical device, but we pivoted that one, and now we are expanding that to the whole world. With the Asia Pacific Luminant Institute, they asked us to make an animal product. So at that time, we pivoted our technology. We decided this one because in the world, 16 million cattle are waiting for us. But we cannot do that by ourselves. I think this venue and this event is the way we can give that kind of impact as a sustainable way. We are a very small company compared to your organization, right? 16 people. But what I believe one is, as Peter Drucker mentioned, if we can measure, then we can resolve the problem with our love. Please show your love, and please ask me lots of your questions. And let's make healthy and sustainable livestock in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan Shin. Such an intriguing and very formative presentation. All right. We'll now have a very short question and answer session. Luckily, we've finished all the morning presentations successfully. So we'll have around 10 minutes question and answer session. So look around your table side, so you can see that mic, right? That standing mic will be your mic. So if you have a question, then please stand up and go up to the mic, and with such a short your introduction, and please call your questions, answer people like the first presentation, and let me give you some. Okay, so first presentation was by Miss Chang Yujin, and then Jacqueline Sinoera and Andrea Fausto, and Miss Jo Eun-hye, and next Miss Jo Eun-hye, Mr. Muhammad Bilal, and then Choi Bong-won, and Mr. Choi Bong-won, Mr. Oh Hwan-jong, and then lastly we had Mr. Shin. So when your name called, please come up to the stage among the presenters. Okay, everyone understood? All right, so due to time constraint, we have only 2 or 3 questions for this time, but during lunch and after the presentation, you will have plenty of time to share and ask your knowledge and your questions. All right, who will be the first person to ask? All right, okay, Mr. from UNDP UNFPA. Okay, please use the standing mic.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. My name is Pierre Philip. I come from South Sudan. I work as the Undersecretary for the Ministry of Peace Building. My question goes to the last presenter.
Okay.
In my country, we have a lot of cattle, actually more than our population.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So Mr. Ryan Shin, please come up to the stage and ready for your questions. Okay, okay, continue, please.
Yes, but the presentation is very interesting. The challenge we have is cattle theft. So is there any, also in the region, mostly in East Africa, that, you know, this wealth, the cattle, has become a source of problem and conflict? So is there any thought around, you know, working with AI to track the cattle? Where has it gone? Can we know where that cattle is and bring it back instead of the cattle killing the people? And so I'm just thinking loud on whether this is something that you're also thinking about. How can we track and trace a lost cattle? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. That is a really realistic question from the Africa. When I visited Africa, every time I got that question, really important question. Thank you very much. So I will tell you with 2 aspects. So first one, as a technology perspective view, we can monitor that. Usually, stealing, theft comes at the nighttime, right? So at the nighttime, if the cows nearby their cow shed, then we can monitor their behavior as a real time. But they usually take a rest at night. But if they move a lot as a group, then that is abnormal behavior pattern. We can find it, and we can give an alert for farmers. If they can use their drone, maybe they can make some siren alarm and alarm alert sound, and also can take a picture, or they can notify to their farmers to take care of their cows. That is the first one as a technology perspective view. But second one is that while we are doing the KOICA project, we worried about that problem too, security. But I think the most important thing is their culture-based, their mindset. So what I asked to them is, if this project is not going success, then we cannot expand this product and project in your community and your country. So don't be jealous about your beneficiary, and please give them more efforts, and please give them more some enthusiastic. That is the thing we asked about the culture-based access. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shin. And do we have another person? All right. Okay, from.
My name is Hussein Hassan. I came from South Sudan. I follow my colleague. Thank you very much, Koika, for inviting the private sector. We are learning a lot from them. I have two questions. We are giving
Okay.
hard time to the last presenter. The subject that you introduced, it requires access to technology and also literacy. In Africa, both of them are a challenge if we are talking about community beyond the private sector. So in a community that has literacy issues and does not have access to equipment, how are you going to be efficient in your project? The second question goes to the second last presenter, Bodit. He has presented a very innovative technology, but I'm curious to understand about the maintenance, the bottle, when it's distributed. And if there is any problem, how can communities in remote areas have access to maintenance services when this thing gets a problem? Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. Your last question goes to Mr. Oh Jung-hwan, CEO of TAP, so who introduced the border, right?
Right,
Okay.
right.
So first we have an answer from Mr. Ryan Shin, and then we'll invite Mr. Oh again, okay?
So could you help me to understand about the literacy?
Literacy?
Yes.
Literacy, okay. literacy, 그러니까 언어 이해력, 그러니까 문맹률이요, 문맹률.
Yes. So actually, maybe you watched our brief of the mobile application. It is filled with color and emojis with their condition, health condition. But I really asked them to give us three things. You should provide the three things, then we will provide this technology and the service. First one is power. Second one is internet service. But third one is the most important thing, you're willing for innovation. So their literacy, that is the big problem that can be, but we can resolve that problem with that kind of a color-based and then the emoji-based, very easy way. But the most important thing is their behavior changing. That is not just came from just the literacy and their culture-based, their behavior pattern. So third one, I always ask them to change everything, their monotype or their previous traditional, their way to raise their livestock. Is it okay? Okay, thank you.
Okay, hope that could be an answer for you. And Mr. O, can you come up to the stage? And the question was about the maintenance, am I right? Okay.
네, 제가 어떤 질문인지는 이해했는데
네.
한번 좀
네네네네.
하겠습니다. 그 제품이 이제 망가지면 이게 이제 지속 가능하지 않아지기 때문에 저희가 맨 처음에 농촌에 2,000대 보급하고 얻었던 인사이트가 좀 더 관리가 좀 섬세한 곳에 보급해야겠다라고 판단이 들었고 그 이후부터는 저희가 지금 병원에 주로 보급을 하고 있습니다. 아무래도 관리나 이런 것들이 좀 더 섬세하기 때문에 그래서 병원 보급 이후부터는 파손율이 많이 적어서 지속 가능하게 문제 현재 해결하고 있고요. 주로 파손되는 파트가 이제 램프입니다. 네, 램프 같은 경우에는 저희 그 교체가 충분히 가능한 재료이기 때문에 저희가 따로 보급을 해서 교체 통해서 이제 파손된 것들도 고쳐서 AS에서 지속 가능하게 문제 해결하고 있습니다.
네, so let me briefly translate what he said. Okay, so if it's broken, it means it's not sustainable anymore. So when they first tried in the farm side, countryside, they found out that it's easy to break in the farm side. So the maintenance issue has arose. So they started to supply in hospital-centered, medical care center, because they can maintain and they can manage the products more properly and more cautiously. So he said that the most common part of a breakage derives from the lamp, but lamp is displaceable. So they can supply the products, the components of the lamp additionally, separately, so they can replace the broken lamp very easily. So what they are doing for now. Okay, that could be answer for you. Okay, and for your information, they have their demonstrative booth right there, so you can visit them, and then you can see the simulation or the real process. Okay, we have one last question.
Hello, so it's also for Mr. O.
Okay, Mr. O, please stay.
Yeah, no, just in terms of limitations for the UV light, I assume you also took into consideration the turbidity because it can't be effective at certain turbidity level. So that's the first. And the second, in comparison to other disinfectants, what makes it more cost-effective, cost-efficient? Because, you know, Aquatabs or any other brand can be easily used. Of course, UV is much more effective health-wise, yet the cost comes into the equation whenever we're talking about emergency. Thank you.
Okay, so sorry. So the first question was about the
turbidity. This is a characteristic of the water. TDS, turbidity. Do you know what that means? Turbidity. It's turbidity. So it's measured in NTUs. Usually for drinking water, it should be less than 5 NTUs. It's very technical, but I'm sure you know what that is.
NTU는 탁도 단위인데. 네.
So you're asking about the principle or the how do they can make that technology, or I'm sorry. So the first was.
No, I assume it doesn't work when the water is cloudy, when there's lots of, you know, TDS, lots of content in the water. So it needs to be purified first, then it's used. That's all I can explain, honestly.
그러니까 아까 그 자외선 살균기 같은 경우에는 탁도가 있는 흙탕물 같은 경우에 사용이 불가능하고요. 주로 이제 물을 끓여 드시는 분들이 제품에 타겟이고, 뭐 아시겠지만 빈곤 포르노처럼 흙탕물을 드시는 분들이 많지 않기 때문에 대부분이 이제 그 UV 살균기의 그 타겟이 됩니다. 그리고 병원에 지금 주로 보급한다고 말씀드렸는데, 병원 같은 경우에 특히 면역에 주의가 필요한 분들이 많거든요. 근데 병원에서는 흙탕물을 먹지 않습니다. 그래서 해당 말씀하신 문제는 전혀 문제가 되지 않습니다.
So the first question was, then you mentioned that with the dust and there's some kind of soil with that is kind of irrelevant for his product because the UV lamp is not adjustable to centralize that one. So they only use that without any, you know, soil or dumping. Yeah. So this, when they supply this one to the medical center or hospital, there will be no dust in the water. So it's very, it's to that. And then you asked about the cost-effective way.
두 번째 질문 어떤 거였어요?
아쿠아탭이나 이런 거랑 비교했을 때 그 정수 제품도 있으시잖아요.
네네.
비용 효과적으로 더 나은지 물어보셨어요.
예, 아쿠아탭이랑 비교했을 때 저희께 훨씬 더 괜찮고요. 아쿠아탭 같은 경우에는 화학적인 어떤 것들이 물에 녹아 나오기 때문에 그런 것들 섭취 시에 후유증을 겪으시는 분들도 되게 많습니다. 근데 저희 그 정수기 제품이랑 비교했을 때는 그런 저희 정수기는 어떤 용출되거나 녹아 나오는 것들이 없기 때문에 훨씬 더 지속 가능하고 안전한 제품이라고 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다.
So compared to AquaTab, his product is more safe and more cost effective because in case of AquaTab, they would have a chemical residue when they have. So compared to these advantages, his product has no residues, no remaining things after the purification. So he's very sure about that, the cost effective and more safe way.
그리고 아쿠아탭 네, 아쿠아탭 같은 경우에는 받은 것들을 다 쓰고 나면 또 이제 사거나 받아야 되는 데까지 기다려야 되는데 저희 제품 같은 경우는 현지에서 나는 재료로 필터를 제작하기 때문에 그런 부분에서도 저희께 훨씬 지속 가능한 솔루션이라고 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 그래서 탄자니아에 이제 필터 제작하는 인프라 만든 거고요.
Okay, so compared to AquaTab, that his filter is local made, local productive product. So in case of Tanzania, there is a filter factory using their local sources like the paper or the environment and things to utilize. So AquaTab is only possible through their direct delivery from the company, but his company can manage that the local factory or local resources or infrastructure by themselves. So he said it's more cost-effective way. Okay. Okay. 나중에 다시 또 말씀을 여쭤보신다고 합니다.
아, 네, 알겠습니다.
Okay, thank you for your passionate participation. So we have deducted 5 minutes of lunch, unluckily, but finally we are going to have a break lunch and networking. We will start our lunch and networking from now on, 12:05, and we will be gathered at 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. So I would really appreciate if you come back by 1:25. So the lunch is ready for the outside, so you can have very plenty of time. Thank you so much for the wonderful keynotes and the presenters for the morning session and your enthusiastic participation for so far. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. I'll be back. May I have your attention, please? Okay. Did you enjoy your lunch? So the business partner who have presented their business in the previous section, they are waiting for you in the booth to simulate, to show you how it works. The brilliant products are ready for you. So would you like take a moment to take a look and explanation? And if you have questions, it'll be great opportunity to have insights from the products. So don't forget, they are waiting for you and you can enjoy them as much as you can. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our afternoon session in 10 minutes. Now it's 1:20, so after 10 minutes from 1:30, we're going to start our afternoon session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start in 3 minutes. Please take your seats for the next session. Thank you very much. 네네. 네네. 네네네. 아, 네, 아까 와서 말씀을 하셨었어요. 네네. 그러면은 제가 따로 뭐 아무런 할건 없고 그냥 이동 서서 인사하시는 시간이 되는 거죠? 예, 예, 알겠습니다. Welcome back, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start our afternoon session right now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The next presenter is from Miss Eugene Park, the program coordinator from IOM. It's about HDP and achievements and key features of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eugene. I'm working for International Organization for Migration, IOM, Kenya Country Office, as a project coordinator for Elevate Africa. So I'm usually based in Nairobi, so I'm very honored to be here today to meet everyone and also present about how Elevate Africa is operationalizing HDPN. So I will start with the introduction of IOM. So IOM is the UN Migration Agency. We work to deliver on the premise of migration, meaning that we believe safe and orderly and regular migration can be a driver of development, resilience, and opportunity. But we all know that not everyone experiences migration in a safe or positive way. Many people are forced to move because of the conflict, disaster, or lack of opportunities. So that's why IOM is committed to supporting the most vulnerable, ensuring that people on the move, migrants, and the displaced communities can receive protection and also the chance to rebuild their lives. Our work is guided by the 3 strategic pillars. And for today's presentation, the second objective, which is driving solutions to displacement, is the most relevant one. So we basically work together with the government and displaced communities to identify sustainable solutions so that they can build their lives. And now I will move on to how IOM integrates HDPN approach into our program. we see this is less of what we do, but more of how we do. So HDPN is not a standalone activity or standalone project. Also, it's not just applicable only for humanitarian actors or development actors. We see this more of an approach to build a resilient system and sustainable solutions across the collective outcome areas, humanitarian development, and peace. So how do we do that? So I'm coming to that slide. So this is actually the whole summary of my presentation today, how IOM integrates HDPN into our programming. So we do this with the 4 pillars. So comprehensive programming, closing financing gap, mainstreaming the cross-cutting issues, and ensuring the coordination mechanisms. So with these pillars embedded into project design and implementation, we ensure that the IOM's project bridges humanitarian and development and peace into one nexus. And now, how Elevate operationalizes HDPN. So I will start with the introduction of our conflict and fragility project called Elevate. It's empowering livelihoods and economic vitality in fragile and conflict zones in Africa, in short, Elevate. So as the name tells you, our primary objective is really to promote economic resilience of the displacement affected communities. And at the same time, we pay particular attention to those marginalized groups so they can be put at the center of our intervention to ensure their economic and social inclusion. Elevate works across 5 outcome areas. It is mutually reinforcing each other so quickly. Outcome 1 area looks at the short-term livelihood opportunities, mainly through the cash for work modality under the community infrastructure projects. Outcome 2 looks at the SME support. So these SMEs can contribute back to the local economy and create jobs. Outcome 3 area is more of an enabling environment, meaning we work to rehabilitate economic infrastructure in the communities so that the local communities can use these improved facilities to boost their economic activities. Outcome 4 area is strengthening the income generating capacity more at the individual level. So this comes with vocational training or climate smart agriculture or business support. Outcome 5 is about building the social cohesion and promoting peace. Although it's coming as a standalone outcome area, but I see this more of a cross-cutting issue that enables the sustainability of the rest of the intervention. Elevate is implemented in 3 countries in Africa, Kenya and Somalia and Guinea in West Africa. So in total, we are looking at the direct beneficiary, the more than 14,000, and indirect beneficiary more than 170,000. So let's briefly touch upon the location, where we are working, in what context we are working in. So all three countries, of course, in a conflict and fragile context, a little bit different nuance. In Kenya, for example, we are implementing this project in Mandera County. So it's on the north and east, the tip of the country, bordering with Somalia and Ethiopia. And this region is classified as arid and semi-arid lands, meaning they are severely affected by climate change impact, especially droughts. And also in Mandera County, it's constantly experiencing security threats and violence, especially along the border lines with Somalia, because of the activities of the violent extremism groups and also different clan dynamics and the clash. In Somalia, we are implementing this in Baidoa and Kismayo. Baidoa is the region which hosts the second largest number of internally displaced population in Somalia itself. So they are mostly displaced because of the conflicts and the climate change and droughts. Kismayo is along the coastline. It also experiences frequent clashes between the clan militias, violent extremism groups, and the government forces. If we go to West Africa, Guinea is bordering with 6 countries, including Sierra Leone and Liberia. So if you look at the southern part, especially those communities are experiencing instability from the past conflicts, which quite recently ended, and also the disputes and tensions over the land. So as you can see, all fragile and conflict context. And now, you remember the diagram that I quickly showed you. So with that diagram, how IOM understands HDPN, I will now give an example with Elevate, how we do it one by one. So if we look at the comprehensive programming, you need to know the problem to address the problem, right? So this evidence-based approach is really important to make sure that the projects are grounded on the reality and it's actually addressing the urgent and real needs on the ground. So one of the IOM's flagship program that does this job is called the Displacement Tracking Metrics, DTM. So this DTM basically collects data, analyzes data, to tell you where this displacement happening, why people are moving, and for what reason they are moving, where they are moving from where. So this information is really crucial for us to design our project in terms of selecting where we need to focus on, what issues we want to address under our project. So actually this is not, DTM is not necessarily funded under Elevate, but I wanted to show how IOM's different projects and programs are complementing each other to ensure this project is evidence-based. And of course, Elevate itself has a number of assessments being carried out. With these findings, we are designing this activity to be more rooted on the real needs on the ground. So for example, in Kenya, we recently completed a conflict analysis. So one of the findings I can share is when the communities are asked, what do you need the most to really enhance the social cohesion and the peaceful coexistence with other communities, one of the most frequently answered recommendation is they want to have a more social mixing opportunities. So under Elevate, we facilitate different social, cultural, or sports events so that we actually bring these different communities and clans together so they can interact with each other face to face and understand each other better so that ultimately we can reduce the tensions. Another most frequently mentioned challenge under this analysis was the need for mental health and psychosocial support, especially for the youth. So, as I mentioned, the location we are working in is experiencing conflicts and violence very frequently, and those youth especially lived through those traumatic or violent events. They are put at the risk, more increased risk at adopting negative coping mechanisms, including being radicalized. So under our peace building training, we specifically included MHPSS module targeting the psychologists and social workers so that they are equipped with knowledge and skills to deal with those at-risk youth and also do the necessary follow-up actions. Assessment, evidence, it's all important, but I really want to emphasize this, the component, community. Communities are often the one who knows the problem the best and have the solutions. So it is really important to build a relationship with the community, build a trust and rapport with them, include them in the project designing process, include them in the decision-making process so they can come up with the community-driven solutions. And also under Elevate, we bring in different programming area, livelihood, infrastructure, and social cohesion so that we can address multidimensional needs and also address a driver of displacement. And now moving on to coordination, I see Elevate as a co-designed and co-implemented project. I already mentioned the importance of having community involved. We also ensure that the strong collaboration with the government counterparts, especially at the local and county level. So we do this through the structure called Program Steering Committee or Project Implementation Committee, depending on the country. But the essence is that we involve these different county departments, technical departments of the government to be part of this decision-making process, and also to brainstorm together how these activities under Elevate can be aligned with the existing government plans. So this process really ensures government ownership and sustainability, and at the same time we can leverage government's existing resources and systems. Under coordination again, we really put emphasis on the localization through empowering the local implementing partners. These are our implementing partners logo across 3 countries. My colleague from our division will also talk about how we are collaborating under Elevate. But anyhow, the strengthening the local actors who are close to the community through letting them to lead the planning and delivery and the monitoring of the project activities. It really promotes the ownership and the long-term sustainabilities because they are the one who will remain on the ground after the project closes. We also do coordinate with other conflict and fragility program. For example, in Kenya, we are closely coordinating with the UNDP so that we can avoid the duplication, but also create synergies between 2 projects, especially on the peace building and prevention of violent extremism side. Under Elevate, we also involve relevant government departments in the training and technical sessions so that we can build local institutional capacity so that they can go to other communities and other the groups to pass this knowledge on. Elevate also puts emphasis on consideration to different cross-cutting issues, including climate, gender, and diversity. We make sure that we are mainstreaming the needs of marginalized groups to make the program inclusive. So we have pay particular focus to the persons with reduced mobility or disability, women, and at-risk youth. We also apply a strong conflict-sensitive the lens by the do no harm principle. So we make sure that our activities or intervention does not cause tensions or jealousy or conflicts within the communities. Lastly, on the closing financing gaps, since Elevate is a multi-year project running for 3 years, it really allows us to have a flexibility to properly analyze the context and then learn lessons and reflect them into the program design so that we make sure that these outcomes are sustainable, not just temporary fix. And it also allows us to give us a sufficient time to interact with the communities and build the trust, which cannot be done overnight. So this is the quick summary of key takeaways from my presentation. So as I mentioned, HDPN, we see this more of a building a resilient system, and we do this through the integrated humanitarian development and the peace building components. We also highlight strong partnership with the government, but at the same time, localization efforts. The program that we are running are evidence-based. We collect the real-time information from the ground, and this multi-year financing allows us to make sure that this program is sustainable and also close to the communities. And these lessons learned from the Elevate, it can be also replicated in other displacement affected settings utilizing the same pillars that we are using. So this is personally, this is my favorite speech from the Deputy Governor from Mandera County in Kenya when we had annual learning event just in December. So let's remember that partnerships are not just about projects. They are about working together on a shared journey towards prosperity, dignity, and peace for our people. So I wanted to share this with you in this room today because I think this really is essence of how IOM's Elevate project is implementing. it being implemented and how the HDPN is really coming into this program. So before I wrap up my presentation, I want to play one quick video about our Elevate project.
대한민국에서 시작된 희망의 여정. 엘리베이트 프로젝트는 분쟁과 기후변화 등 다양한 위기로 어려움을 겪는 취약한 지역의 경제를 활성화함으로써 지구촌의 평화를 증진합니다. 세상의 평화를 향한 작은 종이 비행기가 하늘 높이 날아오릅니다. 빛이 닿는 자리마다 메마른 땅은 다시 숨을 쉽니다. 대한민국과 함께 푸른 희망이 이 땅에 뿌리내립니다. 지속 가능한 농업 기술이 분쟁을 막고 평화의 씨앗을 뿌립니다. 시장 수요에 걸맞는 실용적인 직업은 자립의 힘을 길러 스스로 미래를 열 수 있게 합니다. 오늘의 교육은 내일의 직업이 될 뿐만 아니라 시장을 활성화하고 경제를 발전시킵니다. 분쟁으로 황폐해진 지역에서는 삶에 대한 의지마저 꺾이기 쉽습니다. 황폐해진 땅에 희망의 날개가 닿을 때 갈라졌던 마음들이 하나로 연결됩니다. 서로에게 건넨 따뜻한 손길이 이 땅에 평화를 가져옵니다. 세상을 향한 종이 비행기의 작은 여정이 메마른 땅에 생명을 되살리며 희망의 불을 켜고 다친 마음의 평화를 전합니다. 대한민국에서 시작된 엘리베이트의 여정은 세상을 하나로 잇습니다. 국제이주기구 IOM은 코이카와 함께 분쟁, 취약 지역의 경제를 활성화해 잠재력을 깨우고 내일의 평화를 만들어갑니다.
Thank you for your attention. Just one last thing. The Elevate has its website, so you can scan the QR code and visit our website and get updated what we do across 3 countries. Plus, we also have a Lebanon and Armenia component. And this is also my email address in case you want to reach out for any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Park, for your presentation and your punctuality. It was cut short 20 minutes presentation, and we will have cases of a collaboration between international organizations and domestic NGOs by Ms. Junhee Choi, the program manager at World Vision. Please, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Junhee Choi, I'm sorry. Please welcome him to the stage.
Good afternoon. My name is Junhee Choi, Program Manager for Humanitarian Emergency Team at World Vision Korea. It's a great pleasure to be here at the second Seoul Learning event. Today I'll be presenting on the World Vision and IOM partnership through the COICA-funded Elevate project in Kenya and Lebanon. As our colleague from IOM just took us through the partnership details, my presentation will focus on our collaboration with the IOM and our communication strategy. So before diving into the partnership specifics, I'd like to give you a brief introduction to World Vision. Globally, we are an international Christian humanitarian organization dedicated to working with families, children, and communities to overcome poverty and injustice. We operate in nearly 100 countries with 30,000 staff worldwide. For World Vision Korea has a unique and very important history. In 1950, our founder, Bob Pierce, established World Vision in Portland, USA. In the same year, he co-founded World Vision Korea to help people in need during the Korean War. This was the first field office and the first operation of World Vision Korea as an organization. And since then, World Vision Korea has transformed from a recipient of aid into a major donor country, now supporting vulnerable communities around the world. And this history gives us a deep commitment to ensuring the effectiveness and sustainability of the aid we deliver and support. And also this is the context we bring to our partnership with IOM, specifically through the Elevate project in Kenya and Lebanon. So moving on to a World Vision and IOM partnership through the Elevate project in those countries. So our partnership is really built on clear roles and continuous alignment and consistent communication. For former partnership form roles, IOM with funding from KOICA serves as the overall fund and manager of the project. World Vision acts as an implementing partner, focusing on selected activities on the ground in Kenya and Lebanon. And activity selection is closely coordinated between IOM and World Vision to maximize World Vision's local knowledge and presence. As for this communication alignment, we maintain a close communication with the IOM to coordinate on project framework, modules, and assessments. And this ensures our field implementation is fully aligned with IOM's project design and delivery standards. As for the reporting, World Vision's continuous monitoring and evaluation ensures full transparency. We provide IOM with detailed interim reports, financial trackers, and beneficiary data reports. We also report regularly to IOM on progress and progress for advisory and continuous planning. This structure is a reflection of the complementary strengths of both organizations. So allow me to show you how we communicate with our stakeholders. So this stakeholder communication flow is quite dynamic, as you can see from the slide, linking teams at the field level and country level. And for World Vision Korea, our key stakeholders include IOM Seoul, IOM Kenya offices in Kenya and Lebanon, and World Vision Kenya and Lebanon. And this flow involves M&E and reporting between the field and country offices, and day-to-day technical support and coordination, and joint communication initiatives in Korea. So moving on to World Vision's role, more specific. So World Vision's primary contribution on the ground is based on 4 key areas. Number 1, community access. We have a deep local presence and established trust with the communities and local authorities. Number 2, beneficiary management. We utilize proven systems for transparent, community-led outreach, registration, and vulnerability assessments. Number 3, local coordination. We maintain strong daily partnerships with local government and communities. Finally, activity implementation. One of our main activities of the Elevate project, both in Kenya and Lebanon, is our Cash for Work. And this activity aims to improve living conditions for wider community through the rehabilitate and maintenance of public assets like public roads and malls. And we successfully mobilized 170 beneficiaries in Lebanon and over 178 beneficiaries in Kenya for this Cash for Work activities. And the image on this slide shows our beneficiaries in Lebanon participating in our Cash for Work activity. So more to partnership in action. The success of this Elevate project lies in the close nature of our day-to-day collaboration. I'd like to highlight 5 components. Number 1, joint development. We co-created key project materials such as the community-led total sanitation, CLTS, training module with Mandera County teams in Kenya. Number 2, stakeholder alignment. World Vision participates in IOM-led partner forums to ensure all implementing partners are aligned, preventing duplication of effort. Number 3, close collaboration. The IOM Lebanon team conducts joint site visits twice a week and offering continuous guidance and support directly to our field teams. Number 4, adaptive management. IOM has demonstrated flexibility on the ground. For example, World Vision faced a challenge, meeting 50-50 Syrian Lebanese participation ratio with many Syrians returning to their country after the war. So World Vision addressed this challenge, and IOM supported our proposal to change the target villages so that we can meet this crucial ratio for the cash for work activities. Finally, constant communication. We hold weekly, bi-weekly coordination meetings to share updates, discuss challenges, and align on next steps. So in summary, IOM brings expertise in international standards and coordination with government at all levels, while World Vision contributes deep community presence and trusted grassroots networks for effective local implementation. So this collaboration enables continuous information exchange and joint learning across Lebanon, Kenya, and Seoul, and strengthening both policy guidance and community-centered programming. Just wanted to show you some photos of our activities. These are the photos from Cash for Work in Kenya and Lebanon. More photos from our team in Kenya related to WASH-related activities. And these are capacity building activities in both in Kenya and Lebanon. So let's look at how we plan our communications to ensure the visibility and accountability of the LEB project. So when it comes to communications, our primary goals are to enhance awareness and outcomes, ensure full visibility for our stakeholders, promote accountability and transparency, and document and disseminate success stories. Our primary target audience includes local communities and beneficiaries in Kenya and Lebanon, of course. And our secondary target audience includes our donors, partner agencies, and the general public in Korea. And based on our communications and visibility strategy, our local promotion focuses on community awareness and participation. We use meetings, local radio, posters, and project banners at activity sites. And for our promotion for Korea, we focus on both donor visibility and public awareness. We use targeted social media, website articles, and official reports shared with our stakeholders. And to maintain consistency and alignment, all content require clearance, of course. IOM Kenya and Lebanon review all English content, and IOM Seoul reviews and approves all Korean language content before publication. So some key communication activities include, we plan to include visual storytelling, social media, and media and publications. For visual storytelling, we plan to produce human interest stories, video documentaries, and photo galleries to showcase impact on beneficiaries. For social media, we plan to execute joint posts with IOM accounts, ensuring we tag all our key partners. For media and publications, we are planning to develop website articles and special features in newsletters, and facilitating field visits for mainstream media to document these success stories. So I'd like to show you two examples of our communication activities. It's quite recent. So the image on the left is a news article featuring the LEB project targeting our audience in Korea. And this is our first communication initiative between IOM Seoul and World Vision Seoul, and we are expecting, more to come. And the image on the right is a Facebook post by our Lebanon team when they were having a roundtable discussion with their key stakeholders. So in conclusion, the LEB project is a successful model of effective partnership, bringing together KOICA's vision, IOM's strong leadership and coordination standards, and World Vision's deep community access and implementation capacity. So I'd like to express our deepest thanks to KOICA for their generous support and strategic vision. And our sincere appreciation also goes to IOM for their strong leadership and technical guidance and collaborative spirit as our managing partner. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your insightful presentation and collaboration models. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Muhammad Al-Qasari, PVE Program Specialist, and Mrs. Simon Uriat, Innovation and Design Specialist from UNDP. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Okay, please wait for a minute. The presenter will come soon. Also, we are expecting some government officers from UNDP for their greetings, right? As far as I heard. Okay. Actually, I have no power to change. That's my out of control, right? But let me try. UNFP 먼저 시작할까요? UNFP 먼저 시작할까요? Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. So let me. Okay, he's ready. Okay, I'm sorry for confusion. Okay, again. Okay, like a fresh start. We're welcome. Yeah, Okay, Mr. Muhammad Al-Qasari, yes, and Mrs. Simon Uriat. Please welcome them. Another big round of applause.
Sorry, I went to the toilet before the presentation, so
That's very excusable, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks a lot. Sorry for that. First, I would like to thank Quaker for hosting this second learning event. Thanks a lot for your support. Thanks to the government of Korea, and thanks to the people of Korea, who are actually with their generous support to our UN collective efforts on the HDP Nexus. Today, me and my colleagues are going to present on behalf of UNDP into initiatives, and also the third part will be our government counterparts to give some reflections. So I will start on the peace building and preventing violent extremism in East of Africa. First of all, I would like to give you some context where we are operating. Maybe the second slide, please. So this is the program we call Building Resilience and Community Empowerment for Peace. You have the QR code there. You learn more about the project. I don't want to speak, in details on it because of the time limit. So the second slide, please. In terms of the context, the East of Africa region continued to face complex development challenges constituted by various factors. Number one is political instability. Example of South Sudan, we are happy that our Undersecretary for Peacebuilding Ministry is here, but he left for a meeting with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In South Sudan, as you know this, in terms of consensus about the elections, and also in the region, in the whole region, about agreement on the election modality, about election results, so that, example, in Somalia, we have, in terms of the modality, one person, one vote, still ongoing discussion between the government and federal member states. Also, we have the armed, and communal conflicts as I mentioned, South Sudan is one of the examples, particularly when it comes to clans and tribal, and also in Somalia in some cases. So we have also some of the hate speech, misinformation, disinformation that actually polarizing communities and at the local level that triggers some of local conflict. This is already in this region. Also, violent extremism, Al-Shabaab in Somalia, and their operation and the spread of their area of, like operation to Kenya, but also in terms of support to other armed or violent extremism groups like IDF, which is in Uganda and DRC. So you can see the region, how it is, and also connecting to the Southern Africa, example on Mozambique and also Tanzania. So beside that, the severe climate change and conditions, my colleagues from WFP and also from IOM, they mentioned about this, is the drought, flooding as another example that also impact food insecurity. Also economic hardship and food insecurity. The region continue to be in the high level of food insecurity because of severe conditions, climate conditions, but also further that the conflict and also the climate is also affecting in terms of displacement. So my colleagues from IOM mentioned about displacement. This region, again, is the highest region that is affected by the displacement, and that continue up to now. These challenges underscore the region vulnerabilities and complex, the interplay between the regional and also the domestic conflicts. The geopolitics, particularly in this region, it's very huge. So next slide. This is where we are operating as part of, there is like the selection of communities and also districts or counties that we are working on is based on the strategic relevant. This is where we are operating as example. Why we select these places for strategic relevance is due to the risk and vulnerability of those selected communities that require more support. You can see 10 in Somalia, 10 in Kenya, and 10 in South Sudan. So this is how we select them. And the second criteria as well is the complementarity. As mentioned by our colleagues from IOM, we mapped all the projects and also initiative in the ground so that our intervention is a complementary to the existing efforts by international development partners, but also by government. There are some existing work by the government. In the approach, in this, initiative, it's adopting the development approach or a peace building and development approach to address conflict prevention, and peace building, and also crisis response. The program aimed to strengthen communities, especially when it comes to, through evidence-based programming, lesson learned, and also good practice that we have been acquired for years in this field. So it seeks to look at the socio-economic and livelihood capacity. This is based on evidence. I don't know if you know that the Journey to Extremism report in Africa, that at the top of the drivers of violent extremism and local conflict is the socio-economic aspect. It comes to 25% of the respondents. They said the main driver for violent extremism is the economic factors. That's why you can say that's the number one. And also this program is, adopting a portfolio. I know that's terminology of UN. Is a systematic approach that we are looking at it not only from prevention or peace building, but how this is connected to the whole governance system, how it is connected also to the economic, and how this is connected also to the overall long-term development, agenda. So this is based also in a local-based solution and knowledge. This emphasizes, as I mentioned, this is on rule of law and combating corruption, also the trust between communities or people and the states. This is one of the emphasis on this program. Also, the program emphasizes on enhancing community resilience. That's why you can see we are going to the local level. Because if you want to address local conflict and violent extremism, it's at the local level. Yes, there are, like, you need to, with the coordination of national, but also because of the nature of the violent extremism is a transnational phenomena. You cannot address it only in one level. It's also connected to the whole region. As I mentioned, this is also utilizing the data and technology. I will present some of the things that is linked to this. As example of applications and technology is used in early warning and response system. Objective, I think we presented, but for the sake of this year participants, is building communities that are more resilient against violent extremism, violent conflict, and live in an environment more conducive for sustaining peace in East of Africa. The outcomes are 5 outcomes, as I mentioned. Number 1 is socio-economic and livelihood capacity. Number 2 is about strengthening early warning and response systems with integrating climate and security, that to be enhanced. And also the third one is oversight and governance of religious and faith-based organization. And they are able to counter and providing alternative narrative to the communities and promoting peace and tolerance. Number 4 is about community-based reintegration support. Number 5 is the local and national and regional coordination and how the local level affected or influenced by the regional analysis and regional dynamics. So those are 5 areas. I move to the results. As you can see, in outcome number 1, the results as follow. We have reached up to this moment during this last year to more than 2,400 people that they have been reached through the socio-economic and livelihood capacity in the 3 countries. Example of that, you can see in South Sudan, in terms of testing, like Binot's the machine that when they are like for the villages, saving and loan association group, particularly women. And you can see also in Somalia about the technical and vocational training. And number 2, in the early warning and response system, 35 early warning and response systems are functioning and operational. When we say operational, it means they are receiving reports from community peace committees, from county level, and also up to the national level, and responded to. There are cases, and there is a percentage of cases, how many cases they responded to. So how we say operational? We have more than 53,000 that they have been reached through alternative narrative, and also because the identification of hate speech misinformation is by early warning response system. And we have ongoing assessment on online and digital harm or hate speech and misinformation and disinformation. And you can see here, it's not on the local level only, but we are working at the national and to the regional. Recently, we have with IGAD, I'm very happy that to hear from WFP, working in the climate with ICAP. We work also with IGAD, Center of Excellence for Prevention of Violent Extremism, but also with the department called SWAREN. It's a conflict early warning and response system in IGAD that cover the member states, and they have their operationalizing this in this IGAD region in the member states. They have exchange last month in Nairobi. They have, like lesson learned, emerging good practices, how they learn from each other. I'll give also example, a very concrete example, also from South Sudan. They have follow-up application, and this is, you can see a training for the CPRM, is a county level early warning response system. Application alert me. So the peace committees in the villages, they report the cases, if there is any case, and they dealt with it at the local level. If it is more, like you can say, they can elevate it to the county level or state level or the national level. So they have operation room. You can see even they are producing monthly report about the cases, how many cases they received, how many cases they actually dealt with and addressed at the local level or county level or the state level or the national level. Also, you can see some of the example in Somalia in terms of local peace building approaches, dealing with the conflict at the local level. In result number 3, on the terms of when it comes to the religious leaders, we have here around 56 religious and faith-based organizations that they are actually enabled. As example, in Somalia, the Religious Leaders Network, and also in Kenya, and also in South Sudan. They have been, like in terms of promoting peace and tolerance, and also developing some of the alternative narrative messages for the communities. Here you can see also the public awarenesses in Kenya, and we have reached up to now more than 8,700 in peace education, and I do want to, like 300, more than 300 also people reached through this online and offline awarenesses campaigns, and also a focus of women, because you know the region, and I will give you in the lesson learned how women participation and representation in this kind, particularly in faith-based organization. We have more than 1,500 women participating in this, and how that done, I will explain it in the lesson learned. Community-based reintegration. So we have also building the capacity of civil society organization and community-based organization. They are actually working at the local level for community acceptance for the people coming back to their communities, reintegrating them in a comprehensive approach. We call it community-based reintegration. It's a whole system, including the psychosocial support, including like livelihood, that is informed by assessment. You can see here is more than 1,800 people reached through this initiative. That is also led by civil society organization. As we speak, those organizations, they are the one who is deriving with the support and building the capacity at the regional level, because we brought them from 3 countries, but also they have some orientation in the ground. And you can see here some of the dedicated center for youth, more than 2,800. That is already, for the young people in the ground, using also sport for the peace messages and also promoting the tolerance. Lastly, in terms of the result, about national and local strategies and responses. 27 national and local action plan so far. The target is to have 30 local action plan in 30 locations. Then in each country, and then you have it to the state level, and then you have to the national level. I'll give you example in Kenya, and my colleagues there, Mele, will explain 47 county BCVE action plan, which is derived from the national action plan that we are supporting and operationalizing at the local level. You can see here about how many people that they have learned, like in terms of the exchange on the ground at the country level, but also at the regional level. Bringing those government together in this region is very important. And what we are trying for sustainability, using the sub-regional organization like IGAD as a convening power. And currently we have established a community of practice, bringing different or diverse group, faith-based organization, civil society organization, youth, women, experts, think tanks, research, for a regular exchange among themselves. But in December, we are bringing them to Nairobi for deeper discussion on the thematic and how to come with the common messages. That is on the result. Lastly, on the lesson learned, local, the combined approach, local to the regional. This is very important when you are dealing with peace building and also prevention of violent extremism. I gave example of the swearing system, how at the local level, at the village, in terms of peace committees, and connected to the county, to the state, to the national, and to the IGAD regionally. And this is early warning response system is very important, and how to deal with it. As example, in the borderlands, and colleagues from South Sudan, I'm sorry that he is in another meeting, he will give you example. Feel free to, how this is connected also like with Uganda, some of the border communities, how they are dealing with it. Like in Mandera Triangle that was mentioned by our colleagues from IOM, how they are integrating with each other, learning from each other, coordinating, sharing information. This is how we look at it. Also, in terms of regional approach, for better, coordination, this is also, cascading. You can see how this regional approach are actually bringing actors together. But what we are planning also under this program, bringing West of Africa and East of Africa and North and the South, bringing them together. This is already planned. Yes, they are having another program in the other regions, like West of Africa. We have ongoing project, but this how to bring this together, because it is the transnational phenomena. And I'm very happy to hear when we have virtual exchange between West and East, you can see the commonality, particularly when it comes to the narrative and how to address it. So I will finish in terms of the adaptation and also flexibility of this program. As you can see, what happened in the beginning of this year in South Sudan. There was a cease of all the ongoing work in the ground because of local conflict, and how this program contributing to it, but how it is adaptable into the situation. Very flexibility is there, and with great thanks to Quaker in terms of flexibility and how to move in programming. Lastly, in women representation, I mentioned how this is witnessed. There was a very low percentage, and Dr. Ra is here, our director of the HDP Nexus team. When we were in the first PMC, we say, this is a low number of women participation. But now we have how many? In 43 and 44, respectively, in Kenya and South Sudan. While in Somalia, it's still less, it's 20%. We are working on that, and how we increase that is creating a specific space for women in a group, and then interaction with other groups for men in terms of faith-based organization. And this is how we looked at it from the local level. And with that, I will hand over to my colleagues. Simon.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes around.
I'll do it.
Because you consumed all the parts.
No problem. We'll be crazy objective now. And thank you again for all the support from COICA. I'm going to speak a bit of innovation, but not digital or artificial intelligence power innovation. I'm going to speak about a different way of working with our development and humanitarian partners. So in this program that my colleague just presented, we have a project, and this is the one that I'm going to present now. But before I speak to you why we need I need to make very clear why we need a different way of working when we are treating or working conflict in fragile states. One, I think many of you mentioned before that all these issues are very much interconnected. Some of them are more explicit than others. But we can find interconnectedness of the issues. For instance, if a community or population have lack of energy, they might not participate in the elections. Why? Because they don't have a cell phone, they don't know which are the candidates, they don't know where to vote. But oftentimes you see a project on electrification, you're not going to mention something that is about democracy as well and about governance. So all the issues that we deal in this complex world, they are very much interconnected. And we live also and work under situations of uncertainty that is very hard to plan what is the next step. And the third thing that we want to address is this lack of common direction among multiple actors. And please do not misunderstand me. All of these actors, including ourselves, UNDP, have the best of intentions and are doing great work, but oftentimes our work goes to different directions, or even among the same government, each ministry will have their KPIs, their budget, and so on. And then these deals with an ecosystem that is very fragmented. So in order to deal with this type of issues, we, UNDP, is being introducing what we call a system and portfolio approach. And a portfolio could be, generally speaking, a group of connected initiatives that are managed together and adapted over time. And the purpose is to keep generating new and practical solutions and help achieve long-term results. So the features are, we work for system change, so we move from solving isolated problems to start addressing what causes them. ensure more coherence among the activities and consistency. And the third one is create new practical ideas to address them. The work this year we've done in São Tomé and Príncipe, but we are expanding for other 7 countries. So it's quite humble what I'm going to present. And you might have heard of São Tomé and Príncipe is a beautiful, rich country, but also facing a lot of problems when it comes to economic development, opportunities for youth. So you can see all over the place that youth want to leave the country, and those that stay want better opportunities or better working conditions. So this year, what we managed to do is a coalition of actors, so you can see the list over there, that they share now a more, and they have a shared vision about on social cohesion that wants to build upon or have or contribute to these 3 effects: rebuild trust, expand and deepen social justice, and create and grow sustainable economic opportunities. It's quite easy to put in a slide here, but it's quite difficult to come all these actors in the same room and have a shared vision. And I think it's important to mention we are not changing the mandates on any of these institutions or ministries, but we are trying to make them have a common goal between them. So this was the coalition, and we also created this system portfolio that have 5 different areas: life free of violence, abundant functions, green transformation, national identity, and the first 1,000 days. So all of these areas, they overlap. All the blue dots that you are seeing are existing projects from all these organizations that I just mentioned, and all the brown dots are new things that we are doing. We established this year a task force between this alliance, that keeps meeting, not for coordination, but also for learning, for sharing openly what works and what not, identify synergies and doing more things together. We release an open call with a very different logic that is about selecting a mix of ideas instead of putting all of our bets in one single solution. We deliver a deep listening course as well as system thinking, and we crafted a learning plan. And let me go, these are the activities, it's very interactive, it's very, you need time to build this shared vision between all different actors. So it's highly participatory. Some of the results are very humble. It's just one country, but I think we met our ambition that we engage a lot of stakeholders in having this shared vision. And next year, through these new interventions, this is the estimated number of beneficiaries. And let me go for my last slide, that I think the main lessons is that there is value on cross-sector collaboration in a small state. You think, oh no, but São Tomé is very small, but it's still there is fragmentation. You have local and international NGOs doing a lot of work, but sometimes they don't know they are working in the same community. The second part is all about having a social cohesion as a lens to understand change. So we often see social cohesion only from a governance or transparency perspective, and here we make it more holistic. So if São Tomé and Príncipe doesn't have energy as well, and people don't have safety to go to the streets, it's very hard to create bonds between people. So because we have a very broad understanding, it also allows more actors to join, and everybody's contributing to social cohesion. It's a different type of mindset. We are not attributing that one organization is going to fix this, but all of us as a collective. And the third one, it is, again, leveraging what works and has a significant impact. So we are not recreating or importing solutions. And when we did this open call, and we select diverse solutions there, many organizations came with ideas of sports, culture, waste management, and so on. So you might not associate all of these to social cohesion, but again, there is a connection, and the more diverse it is, this group, the more potential we have. So that's it from my side. And sorry that I went over time.
It's okay. Okay, thank you so much, UNDP team. Please give them another big round of applause. Now, I'd like to invite the representatives from UNFPA, Mr. Nestor Ol Muhangi, the Palestine representative, and Mr. Hussein Hassan, Somalia humanitarian coordinator, Mr. Mari Console Mukangendo, deputy representative of Mali, and Ms. Yumi Chang, global program coordinator. Please welcome team, the UNFPA team, with a big round of applause.
Can we make a bow together?
Okay. Thank you. So I'm here to introduce the team, and it's really great to be here. We are from UNFPA. We are the Reproductive Health Agency of the United Nations. And my name is Åsa Torkelsson. I'm the representative, the chief of UNFPA based here in Seoul. And I have the tremendous honor to have with me today our extraordinary global coordinator, Ms. Yumi Chang from the Seoul Representation Office, and our brave colleagues serving under very difficult circumstances in both Mali, Marie Console, Nestor from Palestine, and Hussein from South Sudan. And all of their life-saving work has been made possible thanks to the tremendous contributions from Korea, from KOICA. We appreciate all of that support. We also appreciate the relentless support of our focal points at KOICA, and of course the people of Korea who are trusting us to bring about the change in some of the world's most difficult circumstances. Now over to Yumi. Thank you, esteemed guests, KOICA and UN colleagues. Since my chief already did, part of the introduction, I had the script, but I will skip because of respecting the time limitation. So this is the table of contents. So we do have... We are not going to do the remarks to save the time. Sorry. So we have three presenters, as my chief already introduced. Mr. Nestor Muhangi, representative from UNFPA Palestine office, and Ms. Marie Console Mukanjindo, deputy representative from UNFPA Mali, and last but not least, Dr. Hussein Hassan, emergency coordinator from South Sudan country office. So before moving to the three country offices presentation, I'll take just 1 minute to introduce UNFPA's strategic priorities and focus areas. So thank you for your patience. So UNFPA's work through KOICA and UNFPA CFP aligns closely with the priorities you see on this slide. At the core, our mandate is to ensure that every woman and girls, especially in crisis setting, can access essential sexual and reproductive health services, live free from gender-based violence, and exercise their rights and choices. So through this program, we address priorities in challenging contexts by supporting women and girls safe spaces, strengthening GBV prevention and response, and deploying mobile clinics for reproductive health. And we also invest in youth empowerment, technology, innovation, and strong partnerships with local and global NGOs to ensure sustainability and localization. So all of this contributes directly to UNFPA's 4 transformative results, which are ending unmet need for family planning, ending preventable maternal health, and ending GBV and harmful practices. And we have a new goal starting from this year, which is addressing demographic change. So with KOICA's leadership and commitment, the CFP has become a model of how the HDP Nexus can work in practice, bringing immediate life-saving needs with long-term resilience and dignity. So now, without further delay, I would like to welcome Ms. Mukanjindo, who will be presenting on behalf of Mali team. So welcome, Marie Console.
Okay. 안녕하세요. I don't know if
It's still okay because it's morning, but I tried. So, warm good afternoon. Firstly, I really wanted to, add my voice to extend our heartfelt appreciation to COICA for your unwavering support in Mali. As the saying goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words. And the video that you have here before you capture the breadth of the initiatives that are driving UNFPA Mali transformative results. You can see here that through integrated service approach, these activities are spanning around sexual reproductive health intervention, the fight against and response to gender-based violence, and youth empowerment on SRH and GBV. These pictures are just, an illustration of what we do. Of course, we also use our mobile units, clinics, to be able to reach even the most remote communities, using technology and innovation to bring really meaningful impact for women and girls. This unwavering commitment forms the foundation of our success and enables us to actually talk about humanitarian development peace nexus that Yumi just mentioned earlier into practice and demonstrate its impact on the ground. So in the upcoming slides that I have, you will be able to see some key achievements through this HDPN lens, emphasizing on resilience and particularly on long-term stability for Mali. There are three really core approaches that we are promoting. One is the experience with our midwifery deployment, which we recognize as, our peace building or builders of peace, the integrated services intervention approach, and the localized and coordination for sustainability. For the deployment of the, sorry, I need to move to the next slide. There we go. For our midwife critical role in humanitarian setting, what I wanted to just share with you here is that they stand out as one of our major achievements in Mali, establishing a strong and unified network of skilled birth attendants at the country level. Notably, what I wanted to highlight here is that COICA has contributed 45% of this effort. So building on this success, we are now expanding this midwifery program as a high impact and sustainable intervention designed to address issues related to maternal health challenges, especially at the community level. So far, as we speak, 203 additional midwives have been recruited, and we do have now 4,000 actively around the country that are trained and strategically deployed to really serve at the community level and strengthen the health workforce. Their role so far has reached around 14,000, more than 14,000 people with essential services in 2025. So what we see now is that their deployment has actually reported a threefold increase in key sexual reproductive health indicators, including facility-based assisted delivery, postnatal care attendance, and uptake of prenatal visits. The other element that I wanted to bring to the fore is the integrated services and interventions. COICA support remains critical so that we can continue offering the integrated services in Mali for the management of gender-based violence. This is particularly true for humanitarian context. I think this should be the slide. And it's actually also helping us to enhance intervention for access to sexual and reproductive health and support to essential services through the community involvement. For GBV management, what does this mean? It means that we can offer integrated services for the prevention and management of GBV in situation of crisis, including holistic management of GBV cases through the one-stop centers that are established across the country to support the victims, and then empower women and girls and community to actually be resilient through the safe space. This also means access for sexual and reproductive health services for displaced population, and then access to essential social services. And lastly, my point was on how do we also talk about localization and coordination, because it's really a core element of our work. And so we work, relying mainly on the community to ensure that local authorities and technical services are at the center of this partnership. We also work with NGOs for this, and we take the lead in coordinating humanitarian development actors through the different roles so that we can actually speak about a multifaceted approach to allow us to continue saving lives and building systems through the lens of the HDPN Nexus. Thank you very much. And I guess I will leave the floor to my colleague from Sudan.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Hussein Hassan. I work in South Sudan, not Somalia.
South Sudan, sorry. Yeah.
No, I think the first slide read Somalia by mistake. In this 5-minute presentation, I would like to take you through what COICA is doing in South Sudan to contribute to enhancing the lives of women and the girls. South Sudan is the youngest country in the world, and 70% of the population are young people, and most of them live in rural areas. The country has been in war. In addition to that, climate change, as well as other natural disasters, have been severely impacting the lives of women and the girls. So that's why the support of COICA is very important for UNFPA to deliver services that we do not consider just as life-saving, but as a lifeline. When we say HDPN, one might think that's just like a short-term life-saving intervention. But in the context of South Sudan, the humanitarian interventions are the lifeline, because many people who are in the rural areas, the majority of the populations, they consider this as the only service that they receive. Of course, women and the girls are paying the heaviest price of the complex conflict that has been, the complex humanitarian crisis that's been there for many years. And without these humanitarian interventions, it's very difficult for us to establish the foundation for the other elements of the HDPN. When we say humanitarian peace and development, we cannot talk about peace if the humanitarian interventions are not there. So that's why we consider this an important foundation for that outcome to be achieved. So this program, CFP, has actually established the strongest foundation for us to embark on, and at the same time continue to contribute to saving the lives of women and the girls and bring essential lifeline services to the most of the remote and vulnerable communities. In terms of what has been achieved so far, through the support of COICA and also in collaboration with the partners, we have enhanced localization, because we believe that without locally identified solutions, you may not be able to address the problem. And that will lead, of course, to sustainability. We also believe in the integrated approach. So we bring both GBV prevention and response services along with the sexual and reproductive health services using the same platform in order to deliver. We, of course, consider that, as I said, humanitarian intervention is as a lifeline and at the same time as a bridge to reach the peace element, while at the same time we are setting the ground for the other elements of the Nexus. We have also the core ecosystem. We have learned a lot today from the presentations, and we will be interested in learning more from the private sector. But in the South Sudan, we have a partner called MedAir that we are working closely with in order to ensure that we capitalize on these resources from both UNFPA and MedAir to deliver integrated services to the women and the girls. The core insight of my message here from South Sudan is that humanitarian intervention is not the end point, but it is the beginning of a long journey that will allow us to bring the comprehensive services to the women and the girls who have been affected by all types of crisis. Let me bring in my representative from Palestine. I hope I didn't.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If there is a place on earth today where HDP is relevant, it must be Palestine. Palestine is an occupied Palestinian territory Why? Because it was occupied in 1967 up to today by Israel. It's comprised of 3 geographical locations: East Jerusalem, West Bank, and Gaza. Now, the closest Palestine reached being an independent state was in 1995 during the Oslo Accords. However, Oslo established 3 areas within Palestine. Area A, controlled by Palestinians themselves, and that's 18% of Palestine. Area B, controlled by both Israel and Palestine, comprised of 22% of the territory. Israel controls security, Palestine controls the rest of civil activities. What concerns us is Area C. 60% of Palestine is under Israel, both for security and for civil activities. That wouldn't be an issue if only Israel was providing services in these areas. They don't, and they don't allow Palestinians authority to establish the services, nor humanitarians to do it. And that's a big concern. Gaza was supposed to be Area A under Palestine, but as we speak now, it's officially Area C, fully under occupation. So what do you do in those areas? So areas which are categorized as Area C are typical humanitarian, require humanitarian emergencies. Areas that are Area B, they need both humanitarian programs and development programs. Area A, purely development. And that's Palestine for you. Now, what are we doing around this? So typically, in severe emergencies like Gaza today, UNFPA is supporting 3 broad programs which are integrated: reproductive health, gender-based violence and women protection, and young people. And what does that mean in essence? When the situation is really bad, we bring in medical kits, we bring in baroque medicines, we deploy health workers, and we are so glad that this project is supporting just this. In fact, it's supporting 17 health facilities where we deploy midwives and the rest of health workers. But most importantly, in Area C that I mentioned, 60% of the West Bank, we have to have mobile teams. So this project is helping us to get to those communities that would otherwise not have any support. Now, the challenge again is Israel has established about 800 barriers. In fact, as we speak, in 30 minutes, Israel can close off the entire Palestine, closing off the gates. So most times those gates are closed. So women who need to provide, who need to be accessed, don't get access. In Gaza, we have 130 deliveries that take place every day. If we didn't have support from Korea and a few other donors, these 130 women, where we know facilities have been demolished, would have had it. Now, we have under women protection, we are supporting women and girls safe spaces. Basically, women come for comprehensive services. We refer them to other services that we don't provide. If they don't have money, we get some money from the Korean funding. They are able to transport themselves to where those services are available. And that's the kind of support that we're doing under humanitarian programs. But as we do that, we're also not leaving the other systems on their own. So we are supporting the Palestinian Authority to build their capacity, to establish some systems at that level where we have Area B and A. And through this, we, for example, have seen our establishment of Ministry of Health has established dashboards for data collection. We have seen Ministry of Health integrating family planning as a package within. So as I mentioned in Gaza, I just wanted to point out that this project is actually doing both Gaza humanitarian and development. And there are a number of examples that show what we're also doing with the P, the small p, the peace element. We are targeting young people, both in Gaza and West Bank, and we're glad that the mission was able to see some of these programs when we were in Palestine recently. But that small p is helping a lot. So the young people whom we know, 65% of Palestinians are under 30. So you have to get these 65% get to know about peace. So through this HDP approach, we have seen an integrated package of services for GBV. We've been able to reach those who would otherwise not be able to be reached. And yet we are putting in some resilient systems to ensure that whatever is being put in place right now can actually be sustained. One example in Gaza, 90% of health facilities have been demolished. But we are working with the private sector. So we get midwives using Korean funding. We deploy them to private hospitals. We give them equipment and supplies, and they provide services for free. And that's a typical example. And in addition to providing that service, we too, in turn, of course, help them, train them, so we are at least sustaining. And 80% of our implementing partners are national, local NGOs. So we believe there is going to be some bit of sustainability after all this is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, I was so impressed that they keep the perfect 20 minutes, even we have the biggest team we've ever. It's so great job. Thank you. Please give them another big round of applause. Thank you, UNFPA team. Now we have UNHCR team. So next presenters are Mr. Cha Kyung-hoon, who is the Associate of Eastern Relations, and Mr. Glenn Casas from the UNHCR Regional Bureau for Eastern and Southern Africa, and Mr. Carol Aside, Community-Based Protection Officer from Lebanon. Please welcome all of three with a big round of applause.
We follow your cue.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I know we're at the challenging time slot after lunch, but coffee break is just few minutes away, so please bear with us. My name is Kyung-hoon Cha at UNHCR Korea, and I'd like to start our presentation reiterating our gratitude to KOICA as well as MOFA and many other partners, including the IHWA team, for the organizing and collaborating on this special occasion, and also providing us with trust and partnership in bringing the tangible changes to the HDP contexts. At the core of our work, embedded directly within our project title, from vulnerability to empowerment to build safe and secure communities, HDP Nexus is our core of our work, and it guides how we design and we have implemented our program so far accordingly. This will be our agenda for our presentation. And as I mentioned, for the HDP Nexus for building resilience, we start with not at the chronological order, but from humanitarian support, delivering life-saving supports. We are planting the roots for development through community empowerment and socioeconomic inclusion and integration, and to achieve lasting peace, peaceful coexistence through community-based protection and sustainable solutions, including voluntary repatriation. Before I pass on the mic to our colleagues from each region, Mr. Glenn and Ms. Carol, we'd like to start with a 1-minute video that features the work that we have been doing so far.
분쟁 등 불안정한 상황 속에서는 삶을 향해 내딛는 한 걸음 한 걸음이 도전이자 배움입니다. 코이카와 유엔 난민기구는 함께 지역사회를 다시 세워가고 있습니다. 구호에서 자립으로 공동의 비전을 나누며 변화와 혁신을 통해 강제 실향민들이 삶의 존엄성을 되찾도록 돕고 있습니다. 삶을 재건하는 것은 단순한 지원을 넘어서는 일입니다. 배운 것을 나누고 각자의 내면의 힘을 길러나가는 과정입니다. 코이카와 같은 파트너들 덕분에 연약했던 땅이 단단히 굳어지고 있습니다. 회복력의 뿌리가 더 깊게, 더 넓게 내리고 있습니다. 지어진 임시거처 하나, 습득한 기술 하나, 되찾은 삶 하나, 이 모든 게 지속가능한 평화로 가까이 다가가는 한 걸음입니다. 우리는 삶을 다시 일으켜 세우는 것을 넘어 함께 평화를 구축해 나가는 법을 배우고 있습니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. 여러분 안녕하십니까? 존 오호입니다. just to make everybody laugh. Give me one more week and I can pronounce it properly. Eastern and Southern Africa continues to face complex overlapping crises driven by conflict, political instability, climate shocks, and economic downturns have recorded levels of forced displacement, severe food insecurity, and heightened protection risk. As of 31st of October, we have a total of 6.3 million refugees in the region, 17.9 million IDPs, and 549,000 returnees, a total of 27.7 million forcibly displaced population. I'm concentrating on South Sudan and Burundi, where our CP project is being implemented. In South Sudan, we have a total of 599,000 refugees, 2.0 million IDPs, 178,000 returnees, and 18,000 stateless persons. For Burundi, we have a total of 110,000 refugees, 89,000 IDPs, 10,000 returnees, and 1,000 stateless persons. We would like to thank the Korean government through KOICA for contributing 7.3 million for UNHCR. As you can see, our need for this year is $2.19 billion, and however, we just have, or it's just 31% funded. So KOICA is, or the Korean government is the top 15 contributor to the region. South Sudan has been mentioned several times, so I will not dwell with it. Just quickly go through. So if you can see, South Sudan receives refugees and returnees, and also produces refugees that moves towards Uganda, Ethiopia, and other countries. As of the moment, through the KOICA funding, we were able to construct 350 emergency shelters, 270 transitional shelters, improve settlement access, 296,300 people with reliable access to safe drinking water, 177 household latrines, and 73,300 people reached through sensitization, legal awareness, and peaceful coexistence. And also, 69,000 displaced people have access to feedback channels. So these are the pictures of the project that we have implemented through KOICA. You can see the climate resilient shelters using locally available materials. And these are all the latrines that reduces exposure to diseases such as cholera. Furthermore, in Jamjang, you can see the newly established water point where hosts and refugees communicate and fetch water together, and this also enhances peaceful coexistence. And you can see some T90 tanks that holds or stores water for the refugees and the host community. Going to Burundi, if you have read the Financial Times last October, it says, Burundi endures the worst economic crisis in a country not at war. So Burundi, as I've mentioned, it also receives refugees from DRC and also produces refugees that goes towards Tanzania, Rwanda, and also DRC, and down towards Zambia. Currently, we have 13,941 returnees supported with voluntary repatriation. 10,500 returnees obtained civil documentation. 95 returnees provided with medical insurance cards. 8,025 persons with special needs assisted. 8 cooperatives and 120 returnees trained with income-generating activities. Reintegration of 5,214 returnees, children to national education systems, and the construction of 39 classrooms. Here you can see these are the returnees, Burundian returnees from Tanzania. And they are being hosted in the Nyabitari Transit Center, where their documents are verified, recorded, and also they are provided a cash incentive, and also the shelter kits. And here you can see COICA representatives from Rwanda visiting the Nyabitari site last October. And this is one of the first lady governor in Burundi. So she's now covering the unified 3 provinces as one. So this is the example of the medical insurance card that being provided to the returnees. And this is the handing over of the Ikofu Kigagi school last October. And I'm sorry I was there because it's a special request from the children when they see someone with different color. And this is the livelihoods activities through Made 51, and you can see also our colleagues, our COICA colleagues from Rwanda receiving some souvenirs from the women's livelihood activities. And lastly, we have this testimonial. The lady in the middle, she said before it rained, especially at night, my 4 children had to get up and stand until the rain stopped. But now, thanks to COICA support, I have put up metal sheets, and today we sleep without problems, even when it rains. In addition, all my children are continuing their studies thanks to COICA support. So as we move on to our strategic priorities is to strengthen HDP Nexus for resilience through education, livelihoods, and social protection, and peace building through community-based protection and social cohesion. Coordinated approach for efficient and sustainable responses, strengthened people management and workforce planning to enhance the delivery of sustainable protection solutions, and lastly, diversified resource mobilization and transformative partnership with public and private stakeholders for innovative protection solutions. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 UNHCR 레바논 에사운 캐롤입니다. It's an honor for me to be here. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I've been listening throughout the day and have really been learning a lot from the different experiences. And I will now share the lessons learned and experience from UNHCR Lebanon and Jordan through COICA support. So at the height of the Syrian displacement, there were over 5 million Syrian refugees in the region throughout Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt, Turkey, and then in the other neighboring countries, including North Africa. Then with the fall of the Assad regime or the government in December, on the 8th of December 2024, there was optimism among the Syrian refugee community, and 1.2 million actually returned shortly thereafter. Within Syria itself, 1.9 million internally displaced persons returned to their places of origin. However, 7 million still remain currently displaced inside Syria. In terms of the support that UNHCR Syria is providing, so when the refugees are reaching the border, they have supported already 24,500 refugee returnees from borders with Turkey and Lebanon from inside Syria. And to support reintegration and return, there is a specific program inside Syria that has reached 45,000 returnees to date and includes a financial assistance component. You can see here there are return intention surveys that were conducted in January and then in June 2025. At the height of at the beginning in January, immediately after the fall of the Assad regime, refugees were asked if they were hoping to return to Syria one day, and they said 80% said yes. When asked, do you intend to return in the next 12 months, they actually said 27% said yes. So within 1 year, refugees were planning to return. But when we asked them in June 2025 if they were planning to return, only 14% said they were planning. So it went down from 27% to 14%. This was because of the early optimism at the start, at the height, or at when it first happened. There were clashes in the border areas or in the coastal areas of Syria in March and April. You also had the clashes in the southern part of Syria. There's housing situation inside Syria. Many of the homes are damaged. People don't have homes to go to. Access to services is still very limited, such as electricity, water, healthcare, and education. And the livelihood situation, their ability to work, is restricted. So what we have been doing also with Jordan is we have a return program that was recently set up around in July and August, and this is just illustrative. It will change depending on the existing systems, but also agreements with the government. It starts with an information campaign to the community about the return programs that are available through outreach mechanisms that also are funded by COICA, through community centers that are also funded by COICA, who provide information to refugees about how they can register their intent if they want to return or not. Then there are two types of return programs. One are organized returns that is done UNHCR and IOM together, we provide cash assistance, but also with IOM transportation. And then you have self-organized return, and these are where refugees say, I want to go back to Syria, but I will do it on my own terms. Once they register an intent, then they are processed at the return space. And this return space is actually a community center, for example, in Lebanon, that is also funded through COICA, and there a voluntariness assessment is done to assess whether they are really returning and not out of force. And after that, the return process happens. So we arrange then for transportation with IOM. Refugees are given a return grant, and then they proceed to the border inside Syria, where they are received at the other side through the Syria operation. This just illustrates a bit in more simpler terms how the return process goes. Lebanon. So zooming back into Lebanon. So Lebanon is actually the size of South Gyeongsang in terms of population, in terms of geographical size. Lebanon is actually Korea is 10 times bigger than Lebanon, and Lebanon is the size of South Gyeongsang province in terms of also the population size. There are currently 1.2 million Syrian refugees still in Lebanon, living in a very difficult situation. They do not have legal residency. They face mental health risks. There's a lot of working children because refugees are not able to work. At the same time, what I want to highlight here is that while 1.2 refugees remain, there's a new population coming in since December. So post-December 2024, we have over 100,000 arrivals from Syria who face very difficult conditions as well, and also the limited funding. In terms of COICA's support to UNHCR, it's centered around shelter in Jordan and in Lebanon, and community-based protection in Lebanon. In terms of shelter, the Jordan operation is facing, as many organizations, significant funding cuts, which limits its ability to provide the needed support to the communities in terms of shelter, and is resulting in increased vulnerabilities. And also there's a constantly changing environment as well within Jordan, along with legal complications, which make planning and delivering assistance more difficult. And as you can see here in terms of the figures, UNHCR Jordan has had to reshift how it provides shelter assistance, focusing on rehabilitation of shelters that are existing, because there are Syrians who have returned to Syria, but also because of the funding situation has decreased. In terms of Lebanon, Lebanon also has an economic crisis. I think the World Bank said it was the worst economic crisis since the mid-19th century. But we are a country, Lebanon is a country at war. Refugees are struggling to pay rent. We don't have camps in Lebanon. The government does not allow camps, so refugees have to live in very substandard tents as these. They're called informal settlements. 17% of 17% of the refugees live in these settlements, and so the type of support that's provided includes like shelter kits, for example, rehabilitation of the shelter because the weather conditions are harsh, leveling of the ground so that there's no flooding, and so forth, and also through KOICA's support, we're able to have emergency response capacity through shelter kits that are available to be deployed in case of shock, and Lebanon has a lot of shocks. Community-based protection is also supported through KOICA. So community-based protection, I think, is at the heart of what many of us have been discussing today, where it really is people at the center, where the refugees are the ones who identify, prevent, and can respond to problems. They have existing capacities, and their capacities can be built on. And this also strengthens resilience and overall protection. So there are many types of ways in which we implement community-based protection through community structures, for example, and these are the two main ones. One is community development centers. We have 26 centers across the country. These are one-stop shops that provide all of the range of services you have here. It also provides people with the skills and knowledge and opportunities as well, building their resilience. Through them, communities can also participate in decision-making, carry out projects, and what we have seen is that recently, or over the past 2-3 years, we have managed through these platforms to have engagement with civil society and development actors, including ILO, IOM, UN Women, and so forth, who have used the community center spaces that UNHCR supports. And we also have a network of volunteers who are available in the community to support each other through information, but also identifying risks and people who need support. In terms of the targets or the progress review to date, we are over target because of the IDP situation. So a large number of Lebanese IDPs and refugees have come to the centers, where we have 33,000 so far to date. From November till October, 33,000 persons have approached the community centers and benefited from their activities, 72% being women and girls and 13% Lebanese, so from the host community. And we can see here that the outreach volunteers referred almost 2,000 people who are in urgent need of protection, such as GBV cases, child protection, and so forth. The key thing here is that both these structures, whether it's the community centers or the outreach volunteers, are very adaptable. So they operate in peacetime, but they also operate in conflicts, and they can remain open and provide humanitarian support and then be shifted more into the development, thus really forming a nexus. And this is some stories here of refugee resilience. So this is an example of the first one here, cutting hair, where a refugee and Lebanese were trained on barbering, but then when the war happened, they went into collective shelters, and they were funded through community-led initiatives supported by KOICA to cut hair, help people to lead somewhat of a normal life while they are in displacement. And then here we have in Jordan, where you see a very nice shelter situation made better through support of KOICA, where people can at least feel warm and protected from the extreme weather, and thus be able to start their path towards hope in order to rebuild their lives. This is the last slide from my end, and I'm sorry I'm over time. So in terms of challenges and lessons learned, I think all of us are operating from very dynamic and volatile contexts, and this is no different than the MENA region. The shelter conditions continue to deteriorate because of ongoing conflicts in Lebanon and the region. Rent prices are extremely high. The tents that you saw, actually refugees have to pay $150 in order to just have those plastic sheetings. So people are being kicked out of even homes, apartments, and these shelters, and they're exposed to all the elements. So again, the community structures for us, some of them were affected by damage and displacement because of where they were located, but they did continue. They were able to readapt and become more flexible, doing outreach from them and receiving people who are displaced into them. Also, the funding challenges, I think that we all have also reduced our ability to empower more. And lastly, the community structures, again, play an important role when we have a one-stop shop approach, not a siloed approach. These structures also empower refugees and host communities in reducing their exposure to risks. And we're also hosting UNHCR-specific activities in them, such as return, case processing, or even registration. And it is a platform to build the Nexus partnerships. And I always consider these community structures as the bridge between humanitarian and development and peace programming. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, UNHCR's valuable projects. All right, so we've landed.
Could I borrow like 30 seconds? Did you?
Just
Sorry.
closing remarks.
Oh, yes.
He's quicker than I am.
Okay.
So I just wanted to share that we, to support the domestic advocacy efforts this year, we have been working with National Assembly. We have co-hosted the Sustainable Development and Humanitarian Forum at the National Assembly, supported by MOFA and COICA, as well as some out-of-box social media visibility efforts, which it is reported that the younger generation at the 20s and 30s in this country are less supportive to the ODA. Thus, we have tried to make ways to make the approach more efficient and approachable for the young generation in support of the Korean ODA. And lastly, we have been partnering with Good Neighbors in Jordan in complementarity, working for the shelter maintenance component. And also thanks to COICA's support, 4 fully funded staff is on board in support of COICA project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have only one question because we were supposed to start the coffee break in 3 minutes. So who's going to be the lucky questioner? Or you can express your opinions or comments on the previous presentation. Okay.
Hi. Okay. Firstly, I think thanks for. It's been so interesting to hear all of the presentations today and in the session as well, and all the tremendous work that all of the agencies are doing. So it's actually less of a question. Maybe that helps with the time. It's more of a little bit of a reflection that I've had hearing all of the presentations, and I can say as I'm reflecting. Sorry, my name is Nicholas Rees. I work with UNICEF. And I think about it in relation to the UNICEF program, and as this is a learning event, I thought maybe I'd pose it. There seems to be a lot of different ways in which we are classifying beneficiaries and different categories. So, for example, in the UNICEF program, we'd look at direct and indirect programs. Direct and indirect beneficiaries, and in other agencies, we're looking at also different categories. And it occurred to me that this isn't really as binary as I think we often keep it. It's not just direct or indirect. It's kind of a spectrum. You can have some indirect beneficiaries that are maybe closer to the direct side, and some indirect beneficiaries that could be, very much more indirect, such as for a policy change or something like that. So I was wondering, and maybe this is also a question for the IWA team, IWA University Monitoring and Evaluation team that's here, is there a way that maybe we could have some guidance from COICA or collectively create some guidance for how we understand all of these different categories and rank them so that we're able to capture this kind of multi-dimensional understanding of beneficiaries? And it's just just a reflection that I have, but hopefully something that maybe we could work together all together to kind of create some kind of framework, because I think that would help us bring all of the programs more on a kind of the same page for how we evaluate the progress.
Okay, so you're going to answer or share the follow-up things? No, sorry, not you. The gentleman right behind you. Okay, so you were going to answer for Mr. Okay, sure. Yep. You can use the standing mic so that it will be much better.
Hi, my name is Ali Gurbe from National Center for Preventing Violent Extremism in Somalia. I wanted to say thanks for South Korean government for standing side in Somalia, especially Koika project in Somalia, which we have with UNDP. And I wanted to say Tupsan National Center for BCVA in Somalia, we have 5 pillars. One is cooperation and collaboration. One is counter-narrative. We are dealing, as you know, in Somalia, 2 major extremist groups, like Al-Shabaab and IS, which is actually have fighting is inside our country almost 20 years. And the place that I am a Director General, we are leading is soft power counter-narrative, which is actually Somalia, we are fighting 3 fights with Al-Shabaab. One is by militarily, one other is by financially, and the third is by ideologically. And to fight with Al-Shabaab by ideologically, we need to have a community engagement. So I wanted to say thanks for all of you, and especially South Korean government. As a Somali government, we appreciate the work that you've done with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you again for your passionate participation for this. And luckily we'll have a coffee break. Now it's 3:22. We'll be back 3:50. So it'll be nice if you come back by 2 minutes earlier then. And during your break time, UNFPA team will be playing 2 videos that they couldn't play during their presentation. So please enjoy 2 videos from UNFPA team. All right, enjoy your break time. Thank you.
يعني الجواز كان في 15 سنة، أقل من 15 سنة. كنت استعبعت الولد.
I dreamt of wearing a white dress, and I did. But it didn't do me any good. We were married for 5 or 6 years. He came home drunk and he hit me constantly. I couldn't bear it any longer. My parents told me to forgive him, said all men were like that. But I said no and moved back in with them. We didn't have any money, so I worked in a greenhouse. The owner, our landlord, used to come in and harass me. One day, he raped me. I blamed myself. I thought it was my fault. He said it was my fault. I was afraid of everything. I was afraid of my own shadow. I started seeing him in nightmares. I couldn't sleep. He threatened to shame me if I quit. I couldn't take it anymore. I called an organization. They referred me to this center. When my parents found out, they blamed me too. I tried to be strong, but I was broken, choked up. Coming here changed that. I found support. I found strength. Now I can walk outside and hold my head high. I no longer feel guilty because what happened was not my fault.
أنا بتمنى لكل النساء اللي عاشت هالشي تيجي لهون إنه تاخذ بالأمور الشجاعة. ما بتضل إنه خايفة وتشيل الخوف من قلبها مثل ما أنا شلت الخوف من قلبي.
الخدمات اللي بنقدمها بالعيادة النقالة هي الخدمات المرتبطة بالصحة الإنجابية، الاهتمام بالسيدات الحوامل والصحة النسائية للسيدات، وبتبدأ من عمر المراهقة، البلوغ، حتى لكل الأعمار حتى بعد انقطاع الدورة. هدف كتير أساسي عنا بهيدي العيادة هو الكشف المبكر لأي مرض أو أي مشكلة ممكن تكون عند السيدات، وما يكونوا هن عم يهملوا حالهم وما يروحوا يعملوا كونسلتيشن أو يستشيروا الطبيب بسبب المواصلات، بسبب الكلفة، بسبب بتعرف الأزمة الاقتصادية قد إيه أثرت على كتير أشخاص. الخدمة بدل ما هن يروحوا عند الطبيب أمنا لهم البديل، صار الطبيب هو اللي عم يجي لعندهم.
عم بيستقبل حالات النساء المعنفات. من بعد ما بتجي الحالة المعنفة لعندي وبستقبلها، برجع بتابع معها مثل جلسات توعية، جلسات خدمات لحتى نقدر نقدم لها إذا كان خدمات اجتماعية أو طبية لنقدر وين بدنا نوجهها.
نحن بنقدم خدمة الدعم النفسي الاجتماعي للأشخاص يلي بيجوا لعنا على كاريتاس. الاضطرابات يلي بنشوفها عند النساء هي أكيد اضطرابات متعددة تتعلق بالاكتئاب، بالقلق، بنوبات الهلع، باضطرابات ما بعد الصدمة وخاصة ما بعد الحرب. وإذا هدول الاضطرابات ما تعالجوا رح يتفاقموا.
لأنه نحن ما في شيء عم يقطع علينا، يعني والله ما في شيء ما قطع وبعده عم يقطع وما رح نخلص. فنحن الحالة اللي نحن فيها ستريس كتير، يعني هيدي الاشياء بتحفزنا انه نقدر نتخطى كل شيء. رغم هيدا الشيء يعني عم يقطع علينا الاشياء اللي كان حرب ولا اللي كان بالعائله ولا اللي كان بالمجتمع بالشأن العام باي شيء، بخلينا نعرف ناخذ القرارات، نتصرف هالاشياء اللي عم تعملنا اياها الدعم النفسي، نعرف نتأقلم ونمشي بالحياه، نستمر بالاشياء اللي عم بتصير معنا.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start our last session in 3 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation. We will start in 3 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? We will start our last session very shortly. I really appreciate if you take your seats if you are staying in outside. Welcome back, everyone. Did you enjoy your break time? And I really appreciate your passionate attendance and time and efforts, everything. It's been a wonderful full day up to now. And last but not least, we will start our last session for the presentation 11th and 12th. So we have a UNICEF team. We'll continue the session on HDP and achievements and key features of the program. And our next speaker is Mr. Nicholas Lees, Program Manager at UNICEF. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause. I'm sorry, but you remind me of Tom Cruise.
Of course.
Okay,
I get
up
Justin
your sleep. Yes, that's my treat. Okay, okay. Everybody wake up and then let's go to the end.
I get Justin Trudeau. But okay, I'll take Tom Cruise.
Yeah, that's yeah. Anyway, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is getting a little bit competitive now, so Manhi Jiji Shijo Juhi Aigai learning event Esomalhal Kiweru Jushoso Kamsa Hapnida. This is what happens when you get UN agencies. We get quite competitive. You know, I can't. To me, that sounded amazing. To Koreans, I don't. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicholas Rees. I'm Acting Regional Advisor for the Climate and Wash program in UNICEF IAPRO, which is based in Bangkok. And I'm here to talk about the UNICEF KOICA program called Climate Action for the Last Mile, which at its essence is about making climate resilience part of the services that children rely on most. So children are disproportionately affected by climate and environmental shocks. They're not simply small adults. They experience climate change and the environment in very different ways. They're physically more vulnerable. Their small bodies are not able to withstand things like floods and droughts and heat waves in the same ways that adults are. They're physiologically more vulnerable. They actually breathe about twice as fast as adults. And if that air is polluted, they actually take on more pollutants per unit of body weight than adults. So they're more vulnerable physiologically as well. They're also epidemiologically more vulnerable. About 90% of the global burden of disease associated with climate change is borne by children under the age of 5. So in all of these ways, children are not simply small adults. They're different, and they experience climate and environmental shocks differently. And at the same time, we all know that they are essential to the solutions we built. We all know that they are the future, and they have the innovation potential in the minds that we know are going to be necessary to get out of this crisis. So climate change is not only an environmental crisis, it's a child's rights crisis. Children contribute very, very little to the global burden of emissions that have already been emitted. It's vastly by adults and it's vastly by wealthier countries. Yet they face school closures, they face failing water and health systems, higher risks of disease and displacement. And by making the services that they rely on climate resilient, we're giving them a chance at a better future, but we're also protecting their rights. This is a rights issue, and we're building resilience for their future. So in 2021, we launched something called the Children's Climate Risk Index, which gave us a really good perspective on where the most at-risk children are and how they're vulnerable. The index ranked about 160 countries according to climate risk, everything from low to extremely high. And the results were stark. About 1 billion children live in countries that are at extremely high risk of climate-related shocks. And our program builds directly on this analysis. Let me see. One early milestone we achieved through this program was creating the first subnational children's climate risk index for the Solomon Islands. And here we moved from an aggregate score of just one number for the whole country to ward-level maps of hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. And by doing so, we're able to map climate and environmental hazards with where children live and the degree to which the services, how well their services are functioning, because that tells us the likelihood of a child being able to survive any climate-related shock. It also allowed us to see where, for example, where a community, where children in a community that might be in a high flood risk area are. It will tell us, are there schools, are there health clinics in areas that could be highly susceptible to storms or sea level rise. It helps us really begin to plan and prioritize which communities do we start with first. And we often find that these are often the communities in the last mile. They're often the hardest to reach communities. So using the CCRI approach, go to the next slide. Using the CCR approach, we identified these priority communities for 5 program areas, 5 countries. Places where children face high risk, high levels of exposure, and lack those key essential social services. And these are the communities that we're focusing on. These are the communities that we were building climate-smart social services and at the same time empowering children and young people to give them the best prospects for a stronger future. Across the East Asian Pacific region, small island and coastal nations face increasing and intensifying shocks. So in Papua New Guinea is contending with rising sea levels, worsening floods, and increasing frequency of droughts that threaten clean water, health, and sanitation. Timor-Leste faces erratic rainfall, droughts that undermine livelihoods and nutrition. The Solomon Islands are repeatedly hit by storms that devastate schools and health centers. In Comoros, over half of all children live in areas exposed to 4 or more climate-related hazards, and these can vary from a whole range of things, climate and non-climate. This was cyclones, floods, and coastal erosion and volcanic activity. Obviously, volcanic activity is non-climate. In Zimbabwe, recurring droughts and heat waves threaten food security, worsen water scarcity, put millions of children at risk of malnutrition and disease. But in all five countries, the climate crisis is compounding poverty, fragile infrastructure, limited and basic social services, and it might be possible for families to withstand one type of climate and environmental shock or hazard, but as soon as you add multiple different types, that's when the coping strategies become eroded. That's when you really start to push the limits of what families and children are able to manage and deal with. And actually what we found is where there are multiple different types of shocks, that's where inequities start to grow between wealthier and poorer children, because that's what really is eroding those coping capacities. So this program runs from November 2024 to April 2027 across 5 countries, Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste, Solomon Islands, Comoros, and Zimbabwe, with a budget of around 35.2 million across all the countries. And as you can see on the slide, we aim to reach about 120,000 people directly, about 48,000 children, about 48,000 of those are children, and about 1.3 million people indirectly. And this whole partnership really builds on Korea's journey from decades ago being an aid recipient to a major donor, and reflects KOICA's contribution and commitment to child-centered and climate-resilient programming, the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and the Global Goal on Adaptation. In fact, the program, what we've tried to do with the program is very much model it off of the Global Goal on Adaptation and the UAE Framework on Climate Resilience. And I think in many ways it's one of the first times we've tried to concretely manifest that. That was a document that came out in COP28 a couple of years ago, and really reflects the first thinking on what is resilience? What does this actually mean? And one of the key foundations of that is that it's multi-sectoral, it's integrated. We can't say it's one thing. You can't be resilient in just health and not in education. You can't be resilient in WASH and not in protection. You need all of these multiple dimensions and facets. So along those lines, we frame this as the Humanitarian Development Peace, or HDP Nexus program. Humanitarian because it keeps services running in a climate-related shock. Development because it supports governments to design and build systems that are robust, that will last. The last thing we want to do is provide something that will last for one crisis. If we are going to replace a toilet or a latrine or improve a school or a health clinic, we want it to get through this shock and the next one and the next one, because we know that these are repeated and recurring. And peace, because it contributes to inclusive policies, systems, youth empowerment, community engagement, and all of these we know is essential to peace. So we really do try to structure the program across all of those dimensions. And we organize the program around 2 broad outcomes. The first being on what children actually experience in their communities. That is the WASH, the health, the nutrition, the education, the protection, and energy and infrastructure. And then the second is around the softer components, the focusing on the enabling environment, the data and the policies, the partnerships, the engagement, and the youth empowerment. So the whole program is structured around those 2 areas. But as I said, we pick a designated area and we try to do everything. So we try to do the health as well as the school, as well as the protection, because you can't be resilient if you only have 1 or 2 of those. You have to have all. And so this is why it is perfectly suited to the HDP Nexus. And I really do feel that this actually represents a new model for climate investment. And the climate community is traditionally focused very much on infrastructure. And what we try to do with this is we do infrastructure because it's going to be essential in climate resilience, but we move also to social infrastructure. So this isn't just about infrastructure, it's about children, their rights, and the whole resilience of whole communities. So let me now just tell a little bit about how this partnership plays out on the ground in countries, just through some brief examples from the 5 program areas. In Papua New Guinea, we're putting community ownership and sustainability at the center of last mile water systems and services. In Boragena and Kemabolo, 2 coastal villages near Port Moresby, we've worked on creating community water committees that coordinate with governments, that do a lot of the operations and the finance, but they're ultimately accountable to the users. And then at the same time, we have user fees, introduction of user fee models that also drive that accountability, ownership, where households contribute financially. That helps to O&M, but it also helps shift us from an externally provided thing to something that is more internally generated. And local service delivery providers can actually train water committees so the expertise stays in the communities. Since September, Kemabolo's solar power water system has been supplying reliable water to more than 3,000 people. And in Boragena, an integrated solar wash system with battery storage, with wastewater management and treatment, is now being built to improve water security for schools and health centers. In Timor-Leste, a good example is really around the education space, where we're making climate resilience central to not just what children learn, but how the whole system is managed. So we have climate curriculum integrated into grade 7 teaching and learning in 2025, and we're aiming to have that in grade 9 in 2026 and 2027. We're also looking at a national training of trainers program, so that because teachers need to be taught how to teach climate change. We can't just provide them with textbooks. They have to be taught how to teach this subject. So a training of trainers program is helping teachers better understand how to teach this to their students, complemented with all sorts of tools and guides and digital learning platforms and programs. And then similarly, at the school level, students are taking what they've learned and applying it practically in their communities, really turning that knowledge into practical action through school-led clubs and greening initiatives in Hera and Atauru Island. And then at the systems level, we're also embedding this in the education management and information system. This is through climate vulnerability markers, helping to put climate data sets into national education systems to better understand risk. In the Solomon Islands, we are linking climate action with governance as well as child protection and legal identity. UNICEF's working with the ministry to make sure that in the NDC 3.0 process, in these high-level policy dialogues, children and young people are represented, but also children from more marginalized backgrounds, children with disabilities, women and girls from the most remote and isolated communities. These are the people that we have to bring into these national discourses. And so that's what's happening in the Solomon Islands at a high-level policy level. And then similarly, we're working with the social welfare ministries to make sure that social welfare officers are able to provide protection and community guidance and counseling directly to communities in the most remote and vulnerable areas. One thing that we're doing is also expanding the scope of birth registration. If a child isn't registered at birth, they have very little prospects for getting access to schooling and health care and other types of protection. Moreover, if a climate-related shock happens and that child has not been registered, the systems are often not even possible to cater to those children. So birth registration is an essential underlying ingredient to a good response to a climate-related shock or crisis. And so remote and mobile birth registration units reaching out to the furthest islands and provinces to provide that services to families is what is part of this program. In Comoros, we're looking at bringing climate smart social services together with adolescent leadership. So it's not just us providing services in health and education, but it's also about helping adolescents really be part of the process. Children and young people are at the center, where you have adolescent clubs training on climate change. We reached about 480 adolescents, building climate-related knowledge and life skills, and these lead to local initiatives, identifying climate challenges, proposing practical solutions, organizing cleanups, even discussions linking climate change with violence against children and gender-based risk factors. Youth are becoming climate champions. They share messages of urgency and hope, stressing that there's still time to respond to the crisis, but also if communities act together. And in Zimbabwe, sorry, I might have skipped a slide there. In Zimbabwe, climate resilient health and nutrition services are coming together for children. So solar power water systems are being installed at clinics and schools, replacing diesel generators. I've seen huge drums of fuel that now don't need to be shipped and moved from city centers because we've installed solar panels on schools. And previously they were relying on huge drums of fuel being shipped that was very expensive. And if there was a climate-related shock, the school wouldn't have access to it anyway. But now they do have access. And in Zimbabwe, there was a school that that didn't have water, had water 1 out of every 3 days. Now it has water every day. So in Zimbabwe, we've been able to provide safe water to more than 130,000 people through this initiative, so that they can keep getting access to safe and clean water, and children even during heat waves and droughts. So across all 5 countries, these are not isolated stories. Under 2 outcomes and 12 outputs, we're rolling out 25 core activities. And as I said, we try to do this in the same designated geographical area. Our aim is not to reach one child with one service and another child with a different service. We work so that the same vulnerable child and their community can drink safe water, can go to a climate-resilient school, can access healthcare, be protected even when climate shocks hit. And this integrated approach is what distinguishes this program from many traditional single-sector climate or infrastructure projects. Now, to be honest, there's also a lot of challenges with this. We're trying to tackle the hardest possible thing that we can. We're trying to go to the most last mile community in an integrated and multi-sectoral way. That is not without its challenges. So we have recurring risks. We're trying to manage them up front rather than later, but one of the first ones is around procurement delays. When tenders slip, it becomes easier to focus on communities that are closer, and hence inequities get exacerbated. We're trying things like using climate smart designs, framework agreements, lotting to speed procurement times. All of these things can help us improve this, and they're a new technology that is definitely helping, but it is a major issue. And I'll add costs to this. In many places, particularly in the islands, costs are extremely high. We're finding that, however, if we can adopt good practices, if we can streamline the process a little bit, and most critically, if we build resilience in the last mile now, we actually save on costs in the long run. So the program becomes cost effective over time, but there is upfront cost associated with these last mile communities.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Time's up.
Okay.
Can I skip just to the videos?
Actually, you already passed 1 minute more, so
Okay.
can you make it shorter, please?
Okay. In sum, we are now moving into scaling up the climate smart interventions. Strengthening the monitoring systems will be essential in this next phase, because these monitoring systems, the O&M, is absolutely critical to ensure that the whole program moves ahead, moves forward, but also so that we have clear baselines for the next phases of the intervention, and enhancing partnerships and advocacy will be critical to that scale. No video? One video?
Yes, one video, please.
Thank you.
The toilets didn't have running water, so their ability to take care of their menstrual hygiene needs was limited. 9 months later, you can see the full transformation for girls and their ability to remain at school most of the time so they can achieve their learning aspirations.
I'm now here at one of schools in Zimbabwe. I feel very encouraged and inspired. I saw the importance of water, and I saw the strong collaboration between UN agency, UNICEF, and Korean Embassy and KOICA, the city of Harare, and also Oxpen and other contractors. I witnessed the value for money today, the money that Korean taxpayers willingly paid for the development of countries like Zimbabwe.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Rees. All right.
You can tell your family that you allowed Tom Cruise an extra 2 minutes.
Okay, I will. I will. All right, so last but not least, we'll hear from Mr. David Kusnev, head of the ICRC Seoul mission. Please welcome him to the stage with thunderous applause.
감사합니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
My name is David Ken. As it was presented, I'm the head of mission here for the ICRC in Seoul. I don't know what's the most difficult thing, to go first or to go last, especially after Tom Cruise. It's a bit of a challenge, but I'll try my best. Well, thank you, thank you. All right, so my second name is George, by the way. All right, so I'd like to start by really thanking KOICA for the support and the trust on the various projects they are accompanying us with in the world, and especially today, the project that we have in Syria within the frame of this conflict context fragile program. I will start by giving you a few words on the ICRC. Maybe not everybody knows, and also we are part of a big movement and there is often confusion, so just 2 minutes. We were born in the battlefield 150 years ago. We were given a mandate through the Geneva Conventions by every countries to protect and assist people victims of armed conflict. We belong to the international movement of the Red Cross and Red Crescent, together with the International Federation of the Red Cross and the 191 national societies of the Red Cross and Red Crescent, like the Korean Red Cross or the Syrian Arab Red Crescent. We work according to fundamental principles The main ones are neutrality, independence, and impartiality. So in the frame of this CFP programming, we have been working with COICA on what we call the scaling up of the Syria Missing project. I'll take you through that with an overview, the main components, and what it means in terms of HDP Nexus implications or intersections. So, as you see, the title of the project is Protection of Family Links to Alleviate Suffering and to Contribute to Peace Building in Conflict-Affected Communities. PFL is one of our main activities in protection. It consists in providing protection to the people that get separated as a result of the conflict. And for the Syria Missing, we are specifically speaking about people missing in Syria as the result of the 14 years conflict there. The project has a duration of 3 years. And we cover Syria, where the people have gone missing, and the surrounding countries, Lebanon and Jordan, where most of the families are scattered. The goal is really to strengthen the systems with a view to build a ground to a future clarification of the fate and the whereabouts of the missing people. We consider that this is a critical element after a conflict so that there could be a closure and community trust building that can lead to a lasting peace. So the rationale of the project. Why the ICRC? As I said, we have been mandated by the states through the Geneva Conventions to strengthen and promote international humanitarian law, IHL, obligations of states within this piece of law is obviously a core element of what we want to remind to the states and to strengthen, and obligations that they have towards the missing in particular. So we see the ICRC as a unique role, considering that we are the custodian of IHL. Also, related to this mandate and what we call the right to know, or the right to answer for the families of missing, is directly linked to an obligation that the state parties to a conflict have to provide to the people. Then, as I said, we think and we know by experience that providing those answers and bringing people to a closure produce a conducive environment for peace and reconciliation. Then, why a partnership with COICA? COICA, that is a development agency and working in protection, working in a humanitarian topic. So we put here a statement that was made by the Korean ambassador to Jordan during a conference recently on the missing in Syria. And he said, the pain of disappearance is not a distant memory, but an ongoing reality. He obviously refers to the issues that Korea has faced after the war, and it's still very much ongoing, very much alive in the mind of the people here. And also, we, in discussion with COICA, we're happy to go for a pioneering partnership on protection, although we're speaking about development, but again, I will illustrate later, it's very much related to development and to peace. So the coverage, I mentioned it. It's in the missing in Syria and, sorry, what? Okay. So we've been in Syria since 1967 and in Lebanon and Jordan as well. engaging with several missing files in NAME, a bit technical wording from the ICRC, sorry. And then, since 2011, we focused on this very specific caseload of the missing related to the war that started at that time, and that have led to a lot of people disappearing and families of those people, for most of them, leaving the country and going outside in many, many countries. That's why we said that the Syria missing file is without borders. It's one of the most complex humanitarian issues of modern history. The families of those missing are scattered in about 80 countries in the world. Obviously around Syria, but in places that are very far away, like the US or other countries in other continents, which makes the task very much difficult and complicate a lot things. So it's trans-regional, and it has to go through a coordinated response. A bit of context overview. So the armed conflict with an S, sorry, because it's a multi-layered conflict in Syria since 2011, which has led to hundreds of thousands of people going missing. Nobody knows exactly how many. It's impossible, simply because it's not all the families that come to us or to other agencies to signal that they have lost a loved one, and also because, you know, with the way the different dynamics in the country have led to having people disappearing without, I mean, with the community not really aware that they had or have disappeared. A lot of people thought, for example, that their beloved one were in prisons until the fall of the regime, when it happens that they didn't find them. They were not. So, you know, this file is very, very complicated. At the ICRC, we have 35,000 missing cases that we have collected throughout the years. And as I said, families scattered around 80 countries. After the fall of the Bashar al-Assad regime in December 24, we've seen some changes in the country. The missing is no more a taboo. We can discuss that publicly, we can discuss that with communities, we can discuss that with institutions, and we can engage with the authorities. And the authorities have showed some willingness to address the issue, and they have created very recently a national commission for the missing people. So there is some signs, some encouraging signs to help us addressing the issue. As for the two other countries that are part of this project, so you all know that they are also dealing with their socio-political / conflict complexity and challenges, especially Lebanon, since, I mean, for the last few months, so which make this issue even more complicated to tackle, to reach families, to implement programs, to find ways to cope with various restrictions applied to the families of those missing people. Like in Lebanon, they basically cannot work, as an example. And then we also see all the repercussion of the conflict in Gaza, in the whole region, that complicates further things. The main components of the projects, there are 4. You have 3 here. The first one is really to engage with the parties to the conflict and to remind them to remind them about their obligation with regard to IHL. Their obligation to put systems in place so that the fates and the whereabouts of the missing is clarified and that people get an answer. So it's really the responsibility of the states and the parties to the conflict. So we do engage in a bilateral confidential discussion with them on that. Then the second one is more related to what we do to collect cases. As you saw, we have 35,000. We know that it's in reality more than several 100,000 people missing. So we do need to have systems in place to reach out to the families, for the families to be aware that they can actually submit missing cases, for the ICRC to be able to reach out to those families in all those countries that are covered, here especially Lebanon and Jordan. And here I would like to mention that we have an agreement with the UNHCR for both countries to allow us to cross-check the identity of those missing families and make sure that our lists are correct and that there is no duplication, and also to help consolidating the list. We also have some coordinating mechanism with them to make sure that there is no duplication of assistance, especially in Lebanon. So this component also, we need to document all the cases to collect as much as possible information on the circumstances that led the person to disappear. And this is very difficult. In most cases, we have very few things. We need to meet a lot of people to kind of reconstitute what happened when the person went missing, or just before the last time the person was seen, or things like this. And then we have here as well a confidential dialogue with the parties to the conflict. You know, at some point in Syria, I think there were about 120 armed groups, different armed groups that were fighting on the territory. So you can imagine how complicated it can be, even though today there are less. And then we kind of go through a forensic analysis of all those cases to try to help and support technically the local institution, local authorities, to be able to lead to data matching and more capacity to one day identify the person, whether it's dead or alive. And then we work on the right to know. As I was saying, first thing for the families to be aware that they have a right to know, or that they have a right to answer, so that also they are aware that they can be an inquirer, yeah, well, that's mainly it when it comes to that. The last component is about the needs of those families. Having a loved one missing puts you in a lot of distress, especially in an environment that is already very fragile and in which life is already very hard. So we have this component to address their needs. Those different needs that you see on the screen are a result of what we call the family needs assessment that has been conducted in the region between 2018 and 2019, and is also based on the experience we have mainly in Europe and the Middle East. We as ICRC are covering the needs that you see in red, and then for the blue we go through other partner there that work as a referral. The first need that families express through this assessment is really the right to know. It's the answer to know what has happened. We want to have a closure to that. We just cannot live with it. So it's really the main problem they are faced with. Then the second one is obviously the economic problems, especially when the person missing is the breadwinner. and then you cannot use his assets because he's not dead, he's missing. So there can be some issues using his bank account, for example, it's not possible. Or selling the house, it's not possible because he's not dead. He's missing, he's not, we don't know. And saying those things, I will bring you to another thing that is the mental health problem. And this notion of ambiguous loss. I was saying he's not dead, he's missing, he's not alive, he's missing. Ambiguous loss. This ambiguous loss that is really the main distress psychologically that the families of missing are feeling. Physically absent, but psychologically present. And it's really a big burden, and it's again why those people, they need to go to be brought to a closure, to get an answer. So through the mental health psychosocial support, we help them to cope with it. We have some activities that improve this aspect, but we know that the only thing that will help them moving on is really to have an answer. Hence, again, this necessity to build the ground for a future clarification of the fate of the missing. Here we've tried to highlight where we see intersection with the HDP Nexus. So the first one is search, and it's mainly related to this building up the forensic local capacities to be able to identify the body, to search for the body, or the people, sorry, because some of them are alive, and bring an answer to the people. It is a crucial element to contribute to bring trust in the communities and to allow for a conducive environment for a future lasting peace. And this, again, is proper to this region, but we've seen it in many other conflict-affected countries or regions that have been able to move toward peace only because they have put in place the right approach to the missing and bring answer to the people. The second one, as I was mentioning, it's psychosocial support, MHPSS, and to help the families of the missing deal with this notion of ambiguous loss, so that they can process this disappearance. And we also help the communities building or creating support groups so that they can exchange, discuss with each other, and have a better capacity to cope with it, and also contribute to bring some social cohesion. And the last one is a bit related to the first one, and it's related to what I was mentioning at the beginning with the government in Syria recently creating this National Commission on the Missing. So we are here also to provide technical support to help them set up this commission with the right components, with the right way of working, with the right outreach to the authorities, and the political and legal support that help them moving on. It's not written here, but we are also working with a family association. In this context, they are not very strong. It's something we do generally when we deal with the missing. It's to help the families of missing to have a voice, and so that to help pushing legal development and also pushing the political agenda so that the authority in place can have the right approach to help them. And then we thought it would be interesting also to give other examples of where the ICRC is involved in activities that connect with the HDP Nexus, mainly through our role of neutral intermediary. But again, here we are working similarly to what we do in Syria on the missing file in Sri Lanka. the conflict ended in 2009 in Sri Lanka, but we still have a caseload of several tens of thousands of missing people. In Iraq, Iraq is probably the country in the world where we have the most missing, following all those wars that Iraq has suffered. And well, Lebanon, it's another caseload of missing, somewhat connected to the situation of Syria, somewhat connected to the situation in Israel, and to their own internal problem. And then I was referring to this role of neutral intermediary. So just to say that in Colombia, for example, we have been very much involved in providing the humanitarian lens and obligation with regard to IHL to end the conflict where they were negotiating the 2016 peace agreement. In DRC, we are currently involved and invited at the negotiation table in Qatar, again to provide the humanitarian lens to help them move on with their peace negotiation with regard to the ongoing conflict there at the eastern part of DRC. And the protection dialogue in Syria is what I was referring to. And also, we put that as examples, the role that we play in release of hostages or detainees, like in Gaza, the simultaneous release of hostages, Israeli hostages from Gaza and Palestinian detainees for Palestine. You will agree with me, and it's within the ceasefire agreement, of course, but you will agree with me that there cannot be peace if those release or exchange can't take place, and we here play a role that they don't find in any other place. Colombia is the same. We have contributed, facilitated the release of many Colombian people detained by the FARC and other groups in the jungle. And in Russia and Ukraine, we are also being an intermediary for release of POWs and exchange in many situations for the last couple of years.
Okay,
sorry,
that
I've
could
been long.
be the last slide, hopefully. All right, thank you, Mr. David. Please give him another warm round of applause.
Thank you.
Actually, we've consumed question and answer session time, but if you really want to share one last question or comments for all of us, then I will give you one last time. Okay. Anyone? This is the last question. Okay. All right. The VIP team.
Thank you. I will use less than a minute. Regarding the climate change issue that was discussed by UNICEF, I think one of the major issues that we are facing is that there is a wrong perception that climate change is only about infrastructure or about wash, things like that, or food security and nutrition. In South Sudan, we conducted an assessment, vulnerability study, that I presented at the COP30 last week, which proved a clear linkage between health and gender-based violence, especially social protection and climate change. We are appealing to COICA and the government of Korea using their influential role to advocate for this linkage between climate change and social protection, in this case GBV, as well as health. If we do not raise this advocacy, I think we will be losing the momentum and we will continue with this wrong perception. That's what the message that I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights. All right. So can you invite the event summary? All right. So please welcome Ms. Mina Gang, the project manager from the performance management team. She will deliver her event summary remarks. Please give her another warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everyone, actually. This has been a long day, and everyone is still very enthusiastic and very attentive to the other organizations' performance, and it is really great for me to be here as a person who represents Ihwari camp team, who is in charge of the monitoring evaluation of this COICA program. As we all know, KOICA program is in 20 fragile conflict-affected countries. And I'd like to emphasize that this whole impact, or whole effort in 20 different countries, actually 33, I believe it's 33 different regions with 8 international organizations. It's a huge, huge effort. We try to, and KOICA tried to build a resilience system as a long-term, 10-year support with utilizing HDP Nexus. And I'd like to take this as an opportunity to really show my gratitude and respect for everyone in this room, because as we all know, these fragile and conflict-affected countries are truly the most difficult areas to conduct any meaningful, meaningful outcomes projects. But still, whenever I visited the field, I was very impressed and showed my respect, because everyone is so much committed to address these challenges. And then everyone is so candid about not only about their accomplishment and performance, but also about challenges and limitations of the progress. And then we were able to share the most truthful and then candid dialogue. So that I want to emphasize that that we are ready to listen to your difficulties and challenges, and we are ready to work together to address those difficulties in these most conflict-affected and fragile areas. Well, today I'd like to give a short, review and reflection. Take this moment as for a reflection, what you probably know already, but then I want to remind of us why we are taking HDP Nexus approach and what are the problems they are trying to address. Well, I'd like to emphasize among the many challenges that we are facing, I'd like to emphasize the paradox of temporariness, especially in the sustainable development era. As we all know, unfortunately, these 20 countries are areas where this conflict and fragility is repeated. So all this great accomplishment or peace can be broken next year because of another conflict and another disaster. And then what we see is that's why we call it as a protracted crisis or prolonged disasters. And then these 2 refugee camps or complex are the examples of, those temporariness is always extended and can go over 2 or 3 generations. And so that I would say that these temporariness is, the paradox of temporariness is one of our biggest challenge, and there are at least 3 different dimensions: temporal, spatial, and social dimensions. And these interconnected dimensions create self-perpetuating cycles, so that the populations are suspended existing. These people are hindered to invest in present realities or future planning. First of all, in terms of temporariness, we all know that we started with emergency response, but then years pass without resolution or return, and then it becomes perpetuated temporality. And there is mismatch between short-term humanitarian response with the long-term realities. Also, in terms of spatial dimension, we all know we started with infrastructures, which is temporary. It's supposed to go on for a temporary moment, but then it becomes forever. And then there's also, in terms of urbanism or urbanization, it's also precarious because of unplanned urbanizations. You can hear the voices, I plan to stay here until I have a better choice. So everyone started as a temporary residence, but it goes over 2 or 3 generations. The most significant problem that we see in the field is social dimension, the temporariness of relationship, position, and roles. We all know when we visit refugee camps or the conflict areas, we see that there are loss of institutional protection, identity disruption, and social alienation. So what we see here is IDPs or refugees want jobs, education, safety, and community and social capital. But what they get is hygiene kits and food handouts. So these fundamental mismatch between displaced populations' aspirations for dignity and self-determination and our aid system then often reduce complex human needs to basic material provision. And oftentimes we see that communities are fragmented and there is a trust deficit. And what are the solutions? Well, I'm not sure whether HDP Nexus can solve this problem completely, but at least we believe that this can be a partial answer because we can build together for the future by enhancing well-being and protection. Not only that, but build resilience to repeating shocks, because we all know that these shocks, disasters, and fragility will come back. And so we all know why we should adopt HDP Nexus. The crisis is getting much more complex, and there's a traditional limitation with siloed intervention. And then so that's why we need strategic integration solution. And then there will be implementation framework that emphasize coherence across sectors, programs and agencies. And then we are also looking for synergy between intervention and sustainability, focus on anticipatory actions and long-term resilience building. So we all know the core component of HDP Nexus is first integration. So we all see how each organization is utilizing HDP Nexus, but we want to see there will be more integration and also enhanced coherence, cooperation, and consistency across regions and programs. Also, it should be anticipatory and prevention focused because it deals with root causes and support institutions, not only after crisis, but before and during crisis. Okay, so here comes back to our review session. What are the most core concepts of Nexus? First of all, I would emphasize again and again, anticipatory action is most important because it tries to address root causes and improve risk management and having a system approach. And then we also are looking for collective outcomes and joined up actions. And then in order to do that, we have to best utilize comparative advantage because we all know these 8 programs or institutions are best and then have their own unique capability and expertise. So we want to optimize resource allocations between not only within organization, within agencies or program, but also between programs and between regions. So these are anticipatory action. We all know it starts with collecting data, detect signals, and then based on that we make decision making, risk assessment and decision making, and then we can do proactive response. Also, the second concept, core concept is collective outcome. We want to have a target, an objective that are jointly agreed and measurable goals, and then defining goals for all actors. How can you achieve that? We need comprehensive needs assessment, which we are doing, and then doing with your best effort, and also collaborative and joined up monitoring, evaluation, integrated planning processes, and integrated results framework. This is one of the papers that we wrote about that emphasize that collaborative governance approach is most important for HDP Nexus. And then finally, we need to leverage comparative advantage to leverage sector strength, also optimize resources between different capabilities, and then also integrate local context for sustainability. Okay, so far I have talked about what are the core components of HDP Nexus, and then from now I'd like to talk about how do we actually achieve or approach HDP Nexus. Well, we all talked about systematic resilience, and then I have seen today all day we were able to see these core concepts were appearing and present in every organization's presentation. Also, we are also looking at not only systematic resilience, but temporal simultaneity, inclusive peace building, and people-centered approach. First of all, I'd like to emphasize that HDP Nexus is achieved by temporal simultaneously. Well, I've heard this word for the first time in my life, which is contiguum. We usually think HDP Nexus as a linear progression. So it's like distinct handover and there's clear exit strategy and it's a sequential phases. But actually, many literature says that HDP Nexus is a contiguum model, which means simultaneous interventions. So we don't ask you to put 30%, 30%, 30% emphasis and balance between these three components. It's really your decision in terms of the chronologically or simultaneously, which one you'd like to emphasize first and then later. But at any time, I think we should all think about how can we make this interventions as overlapping, coordinated, and integrated programming so we can work not only after the crisis, but also before and during the crisis, and also together. Also, in terms of a peace building, I'd like to emphasize it again, that we often are frustrated because of big peace building is so difficult, and often we see that as an impossible one. When we went to Palestine, we were frustrated because of there's a big P problems there. But there's a small p, as we all know, peace building at the community level by your agencies, humanitarian agencies, and civil society organizations. Today, in our presentation, we were able to see many evidences and many efforts for small p peace building, outdoor activities between different groups, refugees and host communities. When we build a committee, there's a refugee also included, and then there's a health groups, joint programs. These are all small p peace building, I think, and then if we cannot deal directly with big P, I think there's so much possibility and opportunities to build small p altogether. And then finally, and the most importantly, I would emphasize more strongly about this concept, which is people-centered HDP Nexus. HDP Nexus should be people-centered. What do you mean by that? It means that, first, we want to include vulnerable groups, and there is no one excluded. But at the same time, we want to put local ownership and then local capacity building as the core of the HDP Nexus, because HDP Nexus can be built only when it is people-centered. It's not just a program, it's not just a machine or an approach, but it should be a people-centered, so we always think about needs and rights first, and then context-based approach by putting local ownership and local capacity building and include vulnerable groups. Well, I would admit that there are many challenges to achieve or to take HDP Nexus. That's why I don't think there are many successful cases for the HDP Nexus so far. And many people, and including myself at the beginning, thought that HDP Nexus is a rhetoric rather than reality. But by visiting the field where you are working, I felt that there's a possibility that we can achieve this HDP Nexus approach and then make important and meaningful outcome, because we can all work together and then make this possible. Of course, there are financial gaps. Operational guidelines are not clear yet. Humanitarian principle is hard to go along with development and peace. And also, there is a hardship in local engagement, and most of all, political will cannot be strong. It's not strong sometimes. Nevertheless, we'll continue to strengthen funding, build operational capacity, promote local ownership, expand strategic partnership, and boost global advocacy by working together with the UN agencies and at the global level. Well, this is our theory of change, which is very complex. But because we are dealing with 33 regional programs, 8 international organizations, and then our final outcome or impact is build resilience. Again, schools that we build can be destructed. Peace we build can disappear because of another conflict, another war, another disaster, another earthquake. But if we build resilience, then I think we can all recover, we can all help, those people in those regions can recover together. And then not only recover, but also use that opportunity to transform themselves and make it better. So in order to do that, I believe HDP Nexus is most critical because we can work together, combine H and DMP, not only as a chronological order, but at the same time. These are our 8 great organizations that we are working with. And then we see all this HDP component here. And again, I'd like to emphasize that we are here with a flexible mind to respect your own mandate and your context, but then working together so that we can all achieve these valuable goals of building resilience. As a conclusion, HDP Nexus is a path to resilience. I would say that HDP Nexus is a fundamental rethinking of crisis response. Our goal is address root causes, build long-term resilience, ensure sustainable path to recovery. That's why KOICA planned this project for the 10-year project, and hopefully, I hope that this project can continue even more than that, longer than that. And how can you do that? We have to have a strong will. And political will, not only that, but we have to work together with clear operational guidance and local ownership. And then most of all, most importantly, we should be working together, continuous coordination and collaboration. So in complex protected crisis, integrated action is a necessity. And today's learning event was not just a learning, but I think it was most valuable because we are here to encourage each other, applauding each other's effort, and then understand our challenges together so that we can all work together to make this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gang, for your comprehensive wrap-up and reflections. All right, so now we have come to the conclusions of today's second Seoul learning event for the HDP Nexus. So we'll hear the final remarks from Mr. Na Kapche? Yes, okay. Director of the Conflict, Fragility and HDP Nexus team at KOICA. Please welcome him with big round of applause.
Good afternoon. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. I'm the Korean native, so I'm good at speaking Korean language, but please understand I'm not good at speaking English. Today morning, I told my family to attend this event, learning event, but my family made a mistake. I attended some of the learning athletic events, so please understand my pronunciation. I'm not English native. I have many things to feel sorry because after Tom Cruise and George Clooney, this is big mistake. I should complain organizer to make this kind of program and sequence. I should change the next time, the program, the schedule. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you for all the participants to attend the event. And then the professor already mentioned she appreciated your efforts and dedication in a very challenging situation. I fully agree with her opinion and comments. So I respect your commitment and efforts and hard work to support the vulnerable people and in fragile setting. And I have another thing to feel sorry. So I arranged this event in winter season. So Korea has 4 seasons. So spring and autumn is very beautiful and perfect season to travel. But yeah, last year and this year we invite in winter season. I feel sorry about that. So we should change the time maybe next year. And then when I listen and hear the presentation, I am very impressed with achievement and then numbers of a beneficiary like that. Just 1 year passed since our program launched last year, but many things already have achieved thanks to your effort. So, and then I think that each number has some own story. And most impressive thing is, for me, is the messages from beneficiary. The human story can be touching, and then this kind of story can persuade the taxpayer to invest more money to your program, I think. So when you make some visibility video clip and then some report, please consider this kind of thing. So you already know the next year the budget reduced a little. So in order to persuade our stakeholders and government and National Assembly members and taxpayers, we need to make some evidence why we increase budget for the conflict affected and fragile program. So I would recommend you to put more effort and joint effort to make us this kind of evidence and to persuade our stakeholders together. And I prepare many things, but I forgot something, so I'm very sorry. So I should prepare some remarks speech next time. Every year I didn't prepare because already the body CEO mentioned love is more important than technology. So yeah, I can rely on and depend on my personal secretary. She became more smarter than last year. ChatGPT-4 became the ChatGPT-5 now, so she's very smart. But I didn't rely on her because love is more important than AI technology. So this year I invited Korean innovative enterprises and NGOs because I would like to make networking between the UN agency and NGOs and Korean innovative enterprises. So that's why we just allocated very short time to make your presentation. I feel sorry about that, especially for UNFPA. They have 5 presenters, but they have only 20 minutes. So next time I will change this kind of program also. So, but in order to persuade our taxpayer, I should tell them why this CFP is important and what is the benefit for Korean people when we implement this kind of program. That's why I invited our NGOs and Korean enterprise this time. So if we make some synergy with the Korean NGOs and enterprise with the UN agency program, so I think it's good evidence for me to make them to invest more budget to our program. So please understand why we squeezed many kinds of presentation in one day. So I don't want to waste more time, and then you should go outside and then enjoy shopping and other Korean tourism, the fantastic popular site and so on. And then you should enjoy Korean beef, Hanu. Already recommend our CEO. So I once again, I would like to appreciate UN agency partners to make your efforts and then to implement your program in very hard and challenging situation. And also, I would like to appreciate Iowa University. You already saw the slide. It's very complex to monitor and evaluate 8 very comprehensive programs. Just one team conducted this kind of evaluation. So finally, I would like thank my team, the complex and fragile HDP Nexus team, to prepare this wonderful event. And then I would like to introduce a mother of CFP. So Director General Madame Zhang, she is the mother of this program. So I think that she definitely is happy to see the 1-year child performance, many achievements, just 1 year, but yeah, she can learn and learn each other. So 감사합니다. Thank you. 스크란 자젤란. Merci beaucoup. Only thank you.
Please give him another big round of applause. Thank you. Oh my God, that's really impressive. I've been in this industry more than 16 years, and this is the most enthusiastic and passionate and intriguing and very fun event for me. It's almost like an Oscar Awards for me. Everybody's Oscar Academy nominated actors and actresses for me. All right, this has brought us to the end of our program. I really wish you continuous success for that. And before we officially end, we'll have a real group big photo session. So how do we do that? Everybody going to... Yes, okay, please stand up and rush to this stage. This is time for you, and we'll have a big group photo session. Okay, that brings to the end of our program. Thank you so much. This has been Claire Kim. Thank you. 아, 네.
그런 게 있으면 이메일로 보내달라고 저희가 따로 만들었습니다.
Yes, okay, another announcement from KOICA. If you have other suggestions or your comments for today, then you can leave your ideas or thoughts to the email.